Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get your baseball back underway from Mobile, Alabama. It is the Showcase Series, and we are into the day that decides who's king of the hill. Who wins your championships in 16 and 18U? Not yet, though. Got a pool play game or two to go. Mississippi Futures, Capital 16, a couple of teams that come in looking for a win. 0-2 in pool play. One of these two teams will do just that. Pick up a victory. The other will go winless. A couple of teams, though, that really weren't that far out from maybe being a contender despite the 0-2 record. As you take a look at Mississippi Futures, lost by a run to 16U Coastal Sports Academy. Did lose by 7 to Elite Academy Titans. And then on the other side of the diamond for Capital 16, it's been a couple of two-run losses. Lost 9-7 to Attack Baseball and 8-6 to 16U Coastal Sports Academy. Baseball, a game of inches, and if you're especially Capital 16, and you get an inch or two there, and you might be coming into today 2-0, but instead 0-2. Got a base runner on, Blake Smith giving the walk. Taking a look at that Mississippi Futures lineup. Obviously Smith the one-hitter, Connor Dewey in the 2 spot. 3-hitter Cayman Cuevas. Kane McKinley the 4 guy, Carson Harris batting 5th. Gavin Cuevas in the 6 spot. Benjamin Duhan is batting 7th. Kendall Blevins 8th. Malachi Drennan 9th, and Zy Gross in that 10 spot. Capital 16 putting Parker Stanley on the hill. Behind the plate is Colton Hogan. At first, Landon Carmouche. Second baseman is Jackson Perry. Max Thigpen at short. Bryson Smith at third. Got an outfield of Luke Wilson in left as there's the swing, the miss, down to first with a throw back safely is Smith. And there is one away in the inning with one aboard. One on, one out, Cayman Cuevas to the plate. Crown to second, Perry's got it. There won't be a throw to first from Max Thigpen. Cuevas wrapping into the 4-6 that gets the lead runner. And there is 2 gone. In that Capitals outfield, Luke Wilson in left. Center fielder Declan Albro. And you got Xander Volts in right. High and away with a pitch to Kane McKinley. Let me say thanks very much to Jason Thompson. Handled the play-by-play yesterday, all of the games. Had some business to tend to, and well, I thought it was going to be Birmingham. Wound up being Birmingham, Pell City. Just made a tour of North Alabama. So thank you very much, Jason. Long day at the office for JT. I think it was about a 13-hour, 15-minute day. As that is fouled away by McKinley. And here we go with a Sunday of baseball, 5 games total. An hour 40, by the way, is your time limit in all games, championships included. As we try to get everything in a 2-hour window. So with this one starting at 9:01, about a 10:41 finish. Inside with a pitch to McKinley. Here on the campus of the University of South Alabama, home to the Jaguars. Low inside pitch, another walk. One given to Smith, now one to McKinley. And you got a couple of Capitals on for 5-hitter Carson Harris. But South Alabama now 4 years removed from their last of 17 Sun Belt Conference championships. Fouled away towards third by Carson Harris. And last year, a little bit below a 500 mark for the Jaguars, so they're looking to get back on the winning track in 26. Shot over towards right field, and that's going to sail over the head of Xander Volts, go all the way to the wall. In to score is Cuevas. Here comes McKinley. He'll score 2 on the Carson Harris double. And just like that, Mississippi Futures with a 2-zip lead. And a runner in second, Harris, for Gavin Cuevas. And I think we've got a runner for Harris. Harris, the pitcher for Mississippi Futures. So gets a courtesy runner, as does the catcher. Don't know about yesterday. Obviously, I wasn't here. Friday, we didn't go 7 with any game. And today, with an hour 40-minute time limit, I'm thinking we likely don't go 7 on a Friday. Nothing in 2 on Gavin Cuevas. Low and away with a pitch, Benjamin Duhan to the on-deck circle. Capitals have allowed 17, scored 13 coming in. Futures allowing 13, scoring 15. And there is Cuevas becoming the second strikeout of the game for Parker Stanley. 2 runs in, 1 runner stranded as we head to the bottom of the first.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the first gets underway after a 2-run top part of the inning. Cuevas and McKinley both coming in on the Carson Harris double. Talk about a pitcher aiding his cause. Harris, the Mississippi Futures pitcher, with a double that drove in 2, and he will step onto the bump with a lead. Compliments of himself. Jackson Perry starts it, and he'll deliver with a single into left field. And you got a runner on for Max Thigpen. Thigpen, the 2-hitter. Parker Stanley hitting 3rd. Colton Hogan 4th. Logan Dozat is the 5 guy. Declan Albro batting 6th. Bryson Smith 7th. Luke Wilson 8th. Landon Carmouche is the 9-hitter. And Xander Volz in the 10 spot. Carson Harris getting the start on the hill for Mississippi Futures. Kane McKinley behind the plate. Kendall Blevins at first. Cayman Cuevas is at second. The shortstop is Benjamin Duhan. And you got a hit batsman. Couple of base runners on. A hit and a hit. A hit ball and a hit ball player. And 2 runners aboard for the Capitals. Third baseman Gavin Cuevas for Mississippi Futures. And then that outfield, Malachi Drennan in left, and that is hit to left. And will sail over the head of Malachi Drennan. Goes to the wall, Perry home, Thigpen to 3rd. Parker Stanley with a double. And just like that, the lead cut in half. And the guy who could tie it up coming to the plate. Colton Hogan next. The rest of that Mississippi Futures outfield, Blake Smith is in center. And your right fielder is Connor Dewey. Nobody gone, 1 in, 2 on. Bottom of the first. 5 games today. As that one is again slapped in the direction of Drennan, and this one Drennan gets to. Meanwhile, tagging up his Thigpen. He'll tie the game on the Hogan sacrifice. Stanley stays put at second. And Hogan picks up the RBI, tying the game up. Declan Albro to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate to Logan Dozat. We don't have an all-names team. You know, there's no certificate or trophy to hand out. But if we did, and there are a lot of Capitals and Futures who would make the all-names team. I mean, automatically, if you've got a name that starts with an X or a Z, you're in. Xander and Zy, they're in. Then you got Declan, Dozat, Carmouche, Cuevas, Malachi. Man, these are just some great names. I know I've mentioned it before. My parents, rest their soul, did not get real creative with my names. I think it was a pair of grandfathers. For me, their fathers turned into my names. So they didn't get real creative. I didn't get cool names. Like Cy, Malachi, Xander, Declan. And there might have been a little discrimination there. I hate to say it, but, you know, my sister was not named after our grandmothers and their mothers. What's up with that? Little check swing, sent foul by Dozat. I mean, they got her name from a popular actress at the time. I didn't get named after a popular actor. 1-2 pitch. That'll get into the dirt, taking off a third Stanley, and he's there safely. But congrats to the guys who, if we had an all-names team, would have made it. That is a foul ball towards left. Declan Albro on deck. When you get to the top of the second, Mississippi Futures sending Duhan, Blevins, and Drennan to the plate. Another pitch outside of the strike zone. McKinley able to get it, staying put at third, Stanley. I know you're waiting for your Jerry Martinez weather report. 85 currently, should warm to 91. No mention of rain, but what's that matter? You never know. In the rainiest city in the United States, at least the 48 contiguous U.S. states. Air quality 27 and good. The UV index 4 and moderate. Feels like 92. Winds out of the west-northwest at 4, gusting to 6. Just out of reach for Cuevas, and in will come Stanley on the Dozat infield single. And Capital 16 will claim the lead. Sunset at 7:57, 15-mile visibility, 77% humidity. Moon at 92% illumination. And that moon 236,883 miles away. The temperature today, about 2 degrees warmer than it normally is on the 13th. That will be a infield single. Couple of them for Dozat. Dozat trying to get to third, and he'll get there safely. And I think the Mississippi coach is going, wait a minute, are you sure about that play over at third? I don't know if there's any appeals process. And if there is, it apparently will not be utilized here. So Declan Albro with an infield single. Bryson Smith coming to the plate. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch to Smith. Luke Wilson on deck. Running is Albro, and he'll have the stolen base at second. Chopped foul by Bryson Smith. One out in the inning, and it was a productive out of Colton Hogan's sacrifice fly to left. And the Mississippi Futures lead short-lived. That is a one-hop to short. Can he get the throw to first in time? Nope. Infield single for Smith. That is back-to-back-to-back infield base hits from Dozat, Albro, and Smith. And coach coming out to have a conversation with Harris. What happened yesterday in Major League Baseball? I'm glad you asked. Cubs beat the Yankees 5-2. Mariners 15-7 winners over the Tigers. Twins top of the Pirates 12-4. Braves hit the Cardinals 7-6. Marlins shut out the Orioles 6-0. It was the Dodgers 2-1 over the Giants. Reds beat the Rockies 4-3. Red Sox score a run and beat the Rays. Guardians 6-2 over the White Sox. Mets beat Royals 3-1. Nationals losing to the Brewers 6-5 in 11. Astros knock off the Rangers 5-4. Same score, Padres beating the Phillies. Angels 10-5 over the D-backs, and the A's knock off the Blue Jays 4-3. Tagged out coming home is Albro. Smith got the stolen base, but Albro tagged out at the plate. And there's 2 going for Luke Wilson. The only other thing going on at the moment in the professional sports world, well, outside of golf and probably some other odds and ends, WNBA. Sky over the links, 87-81 yesterday. Aces beating the Valkyries 104-102. WNBA begins with Caitlin Clark and the Fever today at noon. And Major League Baseball's first game is at 12:35. Cubs and Yankees. Swing and a miss by Wilson. And Harris ends it with a K after 4 capital runs scored. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
When life gets ahead of your list, just have Target. Between juggling school schedules, surprise messes, and tag team baby duty.
Top of the second gets underway. Benjamin Duhan will start it. Kendall Blevins and Malachi Drennan due up in the inning, too. Four runs in the bottom of the first. Still got a 2-run lead, but it now belongs to the home team. That is lifted to right field. And traveling out to make the catch is Jackson Perry from second. And there's one away for Kendall Blevins. All right, done with that task. I was doctoring a scorebook of all the traveling I did yesterday and all the Walmarts and Hibbett's I passed. I forgot I needed more scorebooks. So I was doing a little improvising on an old one for the next game. And you're like, and what's that got to do with this game? Well, really nothing. On the outside part of the plate to Kendall Blevins. Stanky Field, Mobile, Alabama. Seats 3,700 plus. Opened in 1980. Biggest crowd happened, I believe, in 08. When Auburn took on the Jaguars here. That is over towards first, fielded nicely by Landon Carmouche. And Blevins out. And yeah, I do not know what's going on with the voice. It's odd in that it's actually a little better at times and then a little worse at other times. I'm thinking overuse. And the day off yesterday probably gave it a little good. But every now and then it says, we'll talk later. Malachi Drennan taking a pitch inside. And I know folks are like, well, you got to take some time off, don't talk quite as much. That is true, but when I take time off, I don't get paid. And there are things that just come in month to month. Alabama Power. I'm like, I just paid you last month. Here we go again. Utilities bills. And okay, then a few other bills that are non-necessities. But I guess we as humans think they are. Even counting 2 on Drennan. With 2 gone and nobody aboard in the top of the second. On the outside part of the plate. Strikeout number 3 for Parker Stanley. And it's a 3 up, 3 down. Top of the second.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Still got a couple of weekends with the Showcase Series. Next week at the University of West Florida in Pensacola. And then there you see the last weekend of the month at Orange Beach. Bottom of the second, Landon Carmouche stepping in. Xander Volz and Jackson Perry. 2 up in the inning as well. We gave you scores from yesterday elsewhere. Heck, might as well take a look at what happened in the Showcase yesterday. South Alabama Rays 13-zip over FB Scout 19. as that one is floated in the direction of short. Behind the bag to make the catch is Benjamin Duhan. And Carmouche out number 1. Sports U18, 3-1 winners over Full Count Freaks. AA Arrows 16 beating Mississippi 16-5-4. Heman Hustle over the Santa Rosa Rivals 8-1. Elite Academy Titans an 8-1 winner over Mississippi Futures. AA Arrows 19 and the WFBA Upper Class tied at 3. Baller Express 5-zip win over Full Count Freaks. Icon 7-2 over Extreme 16. Round a second and fielded by Cuevas to get Volts. And there's 2 away with the top of the order, Jackson Perry next. 5-Star Expos beat the FB Scout 16, 9-zip. Wow Factor Catalyst 16U. 8-7 winners over 3-3-4. Bandits 8-2 over the Northwest Florida Chiefs. That'll be socked down the line and be extra bases for Jackson Perry. On his way to second, he's got a double to go along with a first inning single. And a base runner at second for Max Thigpen. Baller Express 7-zip over the Elite Academy Titans. WFBA Upper Class and South Alabama Rays tied at 4, 3-3-4, beating Santa Rosa Rivals 8-7. Attack Baseball, an 8-zip winner over the AA Arrows 15. 3-3-4 beats Mississippi 16-5-4. Bay Bombers bomb Elite Academy Titans 11-1. AA Arrows 19, 3-1 winners over the Bandits. FP Scout 16, 10-zip beating the Mobile Cubs. Heman Hustle, 10-5 winners over the 5-Star Expos. AA Arrows 16, knockoff Icon, 12-4. Bay Bombers 10-3 over CC Elite. 16U Coastal Sports Academy 8-6 over Capital 16. 3-3-4 shuts out the Mobile Cubs 1-zip. And Wow Factor Catalyst 16U. 4-zip winners over Extreme 16. So you're updated on everything from yesterday. Outside with a pitch and back-to-back runners, Thigpen walked. So runners at first and third for Parker Stanley. $16U pools, there are 2. Pool A won by the AA Arrows. High inside pitch and running to second is Thigpen. B pool not yet decided. Well, actually, it is decided. You've got Attack Baseball at 3-0, 16U Coastal Sports Academy at 2-0. But even if Sports Academy wins, they've allowed more runs than Attack Baseball, and thus the tiebreaker would give it to Attack Baseball. So, you know who your 16U combatants for the championship are. As that is floated in the direction of short. Back onto the grass, Duhan, and out goes Stanley. 2 runners stranded, nobody scores, 2 in the books, and it's a 2-run lead.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Craps got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Top of the third gets underway, and the only hitter we have not seen yet, we have now Zy Gross coming to the plate. Blake Smith and Connor Dewey due up in the inning, too. In a 4-2 ball game with all runs plating in the first inning. We've looked at 16U, taking a look at the 18U standings where you've got 3 pools. You've got A, B, and C, and you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unbeaten teams. One-two pitch. Pool A. Bay Bombers win it. Not because of runs allowed, because they have the same number of runs allowed as Sports U18. So then you had to go to tiebreaker number 2, which is runs scored. And the Bay Bombers scored 2 more runs than Sports U. And that got them in as the Pool A winner. In Pool B, South Alabama Rays 2-0-1. And they grab the pool. And in 3, the Heman Hustle. And 3-3-4. Wow, again. Tied in runs allowed. I don't know that I've seen that. And you got a strikeout of Zy Gross. I guess it has happened over the years in the showcase, but 18U2 pool, same weekend, same location. Had to go to tiebreaker number 2, which is runs scored, to determine a winner. And that's the Heman Hustle. They had scored 26. 3-3-4 had scored 21. You talk about some great baseball this weekend. And today's the diamond jewel of the great baseball. On the outside part of the plate to Blake Smith. Got one more pool play game. That'll happen at 11 o'clock. It is an irrelevant game as far as the standings are concerned. Outside with a walk given to Blake Smith. And then you get into the championship play South Alabama Rays and the Heman Hustle in the 1 o'clock game. And the winner of that one takes on the Bay Bombers in the 3 p.m. game. And your 16U championship has the AA Aero 16 and Attack Baseball meeting around 5 o'clock. Smith able to get back at first. Connor Dewey struck out in the first. And he gets hit by a pitch in the third. So a couple of runners on. Cayman Cuevas to the plate. Tying run at first, one away. Top of inning number 3. Time-wise, we are about 43 minutes into the game. Meaning there is about 57 minutes to go. Cuevas ground into a 4-6 and then came in and scored a run in the first inning. Ian McKinley on when Carson Harris delivered with a double. That is ground to third. No opportunity for Smith to make a play at third. He'll go to second and at least get an out of it. Five to 4 with runners on the corners. It was a heads-up play by Bryson Smith, realizing he could not get the out at third. Knowing there was a single out, needed at least one so that the focus can be on McKinley. Swing and a miss by McKinley. Carson Harris to the on-deck circle. Four games to go, one pool play, and one semifinal, I guess, and 2 championships. And we'll head home and do it all over again next weekend, a little bit east of here in Pensacola. Ground towards third, charging into field is Smith. He'll go to first with the throw and get McKinley on the 5-4 putout. 2 runners stranded, nobody scores. We're done with 2.5 and head to the bottom of the third.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Colton Hogan starting off the bottom of the third. Logan Dozon and Declan Albro 2 up in the inning, 2. Into the dirt with the first Carson Harris pitch. 2 futures get on the top of the third, but are left aboard. And we get the bottom part of the inning underway. That is fouled away by Hogan. Am I the only one who, when you hear the name Hogan, you think Hogan's Heroes? I wonder why Hogan's Heroes. That's an old TV show, by the way. Most of you going, I don't know what you're talking about. Dropped into left field, base hit for Hogan. Well, with all these old shows that get like a movie or a remake, I don't think Hogan's Hero ever has. You'll have to Google it. I think it was about a 4-year run. Popped up by Dozon. Over in right field. Able to get back safely is Hogan. Catch made by Dewey. Declan Albro next. He had a single in the first. Got thrown out trying to come home. Bryson Smith was at first, stole second, throw into second. Albro tried to come in from third and got tagged out by McKinley. Fouled away by Albro, top of the fourth for Mississippi, Harris, Cuevas, and Duhan. Mobile, Alabama, it and its suburbs have more than 400,000 people. I did not realize Mobile was quite that size. And a shot over towards right and foul into the bullpen. But not the state's largest, not even the second largest. Huntsville is now the biggest city in Alabama, surpassing Birmingham, and then I guess you would have Mobile or Montgomery. I'd have to check and see. Outside with a pitch, good one to run on. Hogan did, and he's safely at second. Yes, I am putting my Googleology degree to good use. Biggest cities in Alabama. As that one is hit to short field. By Duhan goes to first and gets Albro, while Hogan goes to third. And there's 2 gone. 5 biggest cities in Alabama. Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery is 3. Mobile is 4. Then you've got Tuscaloosa, followed by Hoover. I admittedly consider that part of Birmingham. Dothan is in the top 10 at 7. Auburn 8, Decatur 9, Madison 10. That's a Huntsville suburb. Popped up in the direction of left field, and that's going to drop in for a Bryson Smith base hit and a Colton Hogan run. So Hogan in, Smith diving into second. And the Capital 16 taking a 5-2 lead. Then you got Florence at 11. Phoenix City is the 12th largest in Alabama. And that one's going to doink the noggin of Luke Wilson. And he'll go down to first. I see the arrows here. They'll be taking on 16U Coastal Sports Academy next. Landon Carmouche next. Got a couple of runners on. Xander Volts to the on-deck circle. Round right back to Harris, and he'll go over to first to get Carmouche on the 1-3 putout. 2 runners stranded. 1 runner comes in. Capitals by 3 as we go to the 4th.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the 4th gets underway. First pitch popped up right side and will get out of play. And Carson Harris, who doubled in 2 runs in the first and accounts for the only Mississippi Futures base hit, leads off the top of the 4th. Gavin Cuevas and Benjamin Duhon due up in the inning as well. Another one fouled away. That might be Coach Davis working behind the plate as the umpire in this one. First year, well, actually now entering his 2nd year as the Florida High School head football coach. It kind of looks like him from this vantage point. I know he umpires. Could very well be he outside to Harris. Speaking of football, on JockJive starts, I believe, on the 22nd of August. Bayside Academy and Georgia Military College football both back. Got our weekends confirmed with Prime 9 fall baseball starting the last weekend in September. As you got a walk given to Harris. And going through the first weekend in November. A runner coming in for Harris. Gavin Cuevas coming to the plate. Benjamin Duhan to the on-deck circle. Well, you're not going to believe this, but a few clouds on what is supposed to be a sunny day. Not ominous looking yet. But we've had lightning and or rain delays every day thus far. So I'm thinking we'll probably get more of the same today. Chop towards short. There's the 6-4 and 3. Out will go Cuevas and Harris's courtesy runner. So the double play clears the bases. Brings Duhan to the plate, as in Benjamin, with 2 gone and nobody aboard. Kendall Blevins to the on-deck circle. A 1 pitch outside. Count evens in 1. A ball, a strike, 2 gone, nobody aboard, top of the 4th. Bottom of the order in the bottom of the inning. Both starting pitchers working into the 4th. And we are an hour in, leaving 40 minutes in your time limit. And appeal down to first to see if Duhan win, and he did not. Three-one pitch. It is inside, and there's the second walk in the inning. And it is the 5th of the game for Stanley. But of the 5, only 1 hurt. That was Kane McKinley, who was walked in the 1st and came in on the Harris double. But I think we're about to get a change on the bump. Parker Stanley's got a new guy coming in. So Stanley will leave after 3 2/3. We'll see who the new pitcher is when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Logan Dozon coming into the ball game. It will be short hop to short. And all Thigpen's got to do is go to the bag at second and get the put out for out number 3. So Dozon, all those warm-ups, one pitch, and we're done with the top of the 4th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the order, bottom of the 4th, Xander Volz sending that to center field, and there for the catch is Blake Smith. Pitch in and out. We go back to the top of the order. Jackson Perry next. Perry 2 for 2 in the game. He has singled, doubled, and scored a run. Max Thigpen to the on-deck circle. Outside with the Carson Harris pitch. Max Thigpen awaiting his opportunity next. That is sent in the direction of left field and able to stretch it out and make the catch. Here's Malachi Drennan. Fellow with a long wingspan and able to reach out and grab it for out number 2. Max Thigpen to the plate. He's been put on twice by Carson Harris. Once hit and once walked. And there you got a fly out to right field. Dewey's there for the catch. The bottom of the 4th goes quickly and quietly. We head to the 5th in a 5-2 game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
just about all white. Jones County diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Top of the fifth, Malachi Drennan to start inside Gross and Blake Smith. Coming to the plate as well, facing Logan Dozan. As that is ground to short. Thigpen's got it. Over to first with the throw. It's there in time to get Drennan on the 6-3. So Dozan has thrown 3 pitches and has accounted for 2 outs. 1 to put it into the 4th, and 2 pitches and an out to begin the 5th. Zy Gross followed by Blake Smith. Dozan coming in for Parker Stanley. Stanley worked 3 2/3. Faced 17, struck out 4, and walked 5. Gave up a hit. Hit 1 and 2 runs scored during Stanley's tenure on the bump. Another grounder to short. Thigpen's got it again. Goes to first, and every out since Dozan has stepped onto the bump has gone to Thigpen at short. Blake Smith next. He walked in the 1st and 3rd. Just a little under 30 minutes left in our 1 hour, 40-minute time limit. But we're getting a lot of game in this one. Into the top of the 5th. Connor Dewey to the on-deck circle, Stanley, Hogan, and Dozan. When you get to the bottom of the 5th. Couple of strikes, 0-2 on Smith. Here is the 0-2 Dozan offering. Goes to short again. And Thigpen again to first. Since Dozan has stepped up on the hill, 4 outs. And all 4 go to short. And we go to the bottom of the 5th with Stanley, Hogan, and Dozan coming up.
is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged out.
Bottom of the 5th gets underway. Parker Stanley starts at Colton Hogan and Logan Dozat. 2 up in the inning, 2. Hey, don't forget about subscribing to our YouTube channel. All it requires is a click of the mouse. Nothing more. And we're still pursuing 6,900, and we are 27 shy now of that elusive 6,900 mark. Stanley has doubled and popped out to short. Here's the 1-2 Carson Harris pitch. And out will go Stanley. That is the second Harris strikeout of the game. And there's one away. Colton Hogan next. Logan Dozat to the on-deck circle. Ground to third, fielded by Cuevas, and it's dropped on the receiving end by Blevins. And that will be the game's first error, allowing Hogan to get on. Capitals with a 4-run first and 1-run third. Futures with a 2-run first. Hogan not going to hang around first long. Immediately takes off for second. In with a stolen base. And becomes a Dozat RBI chance. Declan Albro to the on-deck circle. That is a base hit from Dozat. Rounding third, headed home Hogan, and he will score RBI number 2 in the game for Dozat. And let's see if that is it for Carson Harris. Gives up his 6th run of the game. And I think that baseball has already swapped hands. So we got a new guy coming to the hill, the new guy. And a look at the numbers for the old when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6 6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Running immediately on the first Cayman Cuevas pitch is Dozad. And I believe that is a runner for Dozad. Dozad, the pitcher, getting a courtesy. Might be Parker Stanley. Who would be the former pitcher? The guy Dozad replaced. So Dozad replaces Stanley, and Stanley replaces Dozad. Outside with the Cuevas pitch. Declan Albro, 1 for 2 in the game. He is singled and ground out to short. Outside with the pitch to Albro. Carson Harris works 4 1/3, faces 25. 2 strikeouts, a walk, 9 hits, 2 hit batsmen. Has allowed 6 and is responsible for the runner at second as Albro is given a walk. So you got a couple of runners on for Bryson Smith, Luke Wilson to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside to Smith. Smith singled in the first and third, and on both occasions drove in a run. And has a stolen base to his credit. Outside from Cuevas. Count goes to 2-0. That is chopped foul in the direction of third. On the campus of the University of South Alabama. I can see the Mitchell Center from where I am situated, and there's something going on in the Mitchell Center. I think it is student orientation. But they have been busy this weekend. Foul back by Smith. And your count goes even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Cuevas looking for his first out since entering the ball game. That is ground to short. Duhan's got it, able to get the out at second, but it's thrown away over at first, and in the score is Stanley. Running for Nozan, and all the way to second will go Smith. So it's a 6-4 that gets Albro. Stanley in the score, and then Smith takes second on the same error that brings in Stanley. And that throw winds up in center field. There hadn't been an error in the game, and there has been 3 in this inning. And now in third is Smith. Luke Wilson, 0 for 1 in the game, struck out and got hit by a pitch. That's a wild offering, and it'll bring in Smith from third. We can also close the books on Carson Harris. 4 1/3 innings of work, 25 faced. 2 strikeouts, a walk, 2 hit batsmen, 9 hits, and a total of 7 runs allowed. The 8th run belonging to Cuevas. On the inside part of the plate to Luke Wilson. Two-and offering. It is fouled back to the screen. Landon Carmouche on deck. 6th inning for Mississippi Futures. Dewey, Cuevas, and McKinley. Little check swing by Wilson. And with about 15 minutes left in our time limit, top of the 6th might be it if the Futures do not tie the game or take the lead. Into the dirt, goes to the screen. Nobody aboard to advance, and the count runs to 3-2 on Wilson. Well, as always, big thank you to the Showcase for the opportunity to bring you baseball in the summer. James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard. Thanks to South Alabama, they've allowed me access to their box and to their internet. Box, personally important, and the internet, an absolute must. So thank you very much. Landon Carmouche, that will get into the dirt. And Wilson will take second. But of course, thank you most of all for watching the game. If you weren't, well, as I mentioned previously, what's the point? But you are, and we appreciate it. Picked up at second by Cuevas. Well, check that. Obviously, Cuevas now pitching. So somebody new on the second spot, or technically the 4th spot defensively. I was waiting to see if I could pick up a number while making his way to the dugout and could not. But we do know that a 4-3 puts an end to the inning. And 3 runs will plate in the bottom of the 5th. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Marsh is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home.
Top of the 6th gets underway, and we've got about 11 minutes left in our time limit, so I'm thinking the top of the 6th is it, unless the Futures score 6 or more, and that would require a bottom of the 6th. Connor Dewey, Kamen Cuevas, and Kane McKinley. All due up in the inning. Facing Logan Dozat. And here's the mystery to be solved. Will there be an out with Dozat on the hill that does not go to short? He worked the last third of the 4th and all of the 5th, and every single out started at short. And a 6-4 and 3 6-3s. On the outside part of the plate with a 3-0. (3-1) pitch. It is outside and down to first. Will go Connor Dewey. That is the first Dozat walk. It is the 6th for Capital pitching. And a runner aboard for Kamen Cuevas. Cuevas started at second, stepped up onto the hill when Carson Harris left. That is a base hit into right field from Cuevas. And a couple of runners on. That's the second hit of the game for the Mississippi Futures. And Kane McKinley coming to the plate. McKinley with a walk and a run scored in the first, ground into a 5-4 in the third. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to McKinley. Carson Harris on deck. If there is a bottom of the 6th, it will start with the 10 spot. Popped up on the infield. And that'll hop out of the mid of your catcher, Colton Hogan. Got to be the most difficult pop fly to catch in baseball. We see that often. Of course, the mitt not designed for those high pop-ups. And that'll hop out of the mid and give another opportunity for McKinley. McKinley walked with 2 gone in the first. He was the last out in the third. Outside from Dozat. And the count runs to 3-1. Couple of runners on, nobody gone. Top of the 6th. That is popped up on the infield and will wind up on top of the dugout at first. And run the count to full on McKinley. Coming up, 16U Coastal Sports Academy in the Double A Arrows 15. That is a base hit into center field. Smith with it quickly. Everybody will hold at first, second, and third. McKinley, Cuevas, and Dewey. And the Futures have loaded it up, looking for their first run since the first inning. Carson Harris has doubled and walked. He has driven in both Mississippi Future runs. The 1-0 pitch that is floated in the direction of right field and will drop foul. Long run over by Xander Volz, but couldn't catch up with it. And the count goes even at 1 on Harris. He doubled in the 2 runs. Cuevas and McKinley in the first, walked in the fourth. One offering. That's another high popper behind the plate. And this one will be caught by Hogan. And actually, that may be Bryson Smith now behind the plate. Hogan got the start. Looks like an 11. Yep, Hogan's now playing third. And Smith is behind the plate. So Harris with a fly out. Gavin Cuevas next. Right back up the middle. That'll be a base hit for Cuevas and brings in Dewey. Cuevas with an RBI single. And it's an 8-3 game. Benjamin Duhan next. Did you realize with that Harris fly out behind the plate, that was the first out since Nozada stepped up onto the bump that did not go to short? Inside to Duhan. Duhan has popped out to second and walked. Even count in 1. And now 1 and 2 on Duhan. Kendall Blevins to the on-deck circle. Gorgeous complex here on the campus of the University of South Alabama. Fouled away 45 years ago now. This park opened. Got some renovations a little better than a decade ago. One-two pitch outside and the count evens. And on the walls outside, all of the players who've traversed the field here that have made it to the major league level. And there's a lot of them. Even counted 2. 2-2 offering. It is popped up right side, and trying to make the diving catch was Jackson Perry, but couldn't. And it will drop foul, allowing Duhan another chance to play. Even counting two, couple of balls, couple of strikes, a run in, the base is loaded. One away in the top of the sixth. Time has expired, so we won't go any further than the sixth inning. The question is, do we go to the bottom part? Gonna have a pretty big top part if we do that. Outside and a walk given to Duhan with the bases full. Cuevas scoring from third. It's an 8-4 game. And coach making his way to the bump. Those odds staying in, just giving a vote of confidence. Tying run coming to the plate in the form of Kendall Blevins. With Duhan at first, Cuevas at second, McKinley at third. Two runs have plated in the inning. Here's the first pitch to Blevins, who is 0 for 2 in the game. And a line out to first and a ground out to short. Malachi Drennan to the on-deck circle. And the count goes 0-2. Nozad came into the ball game in the fourth, worked a third of the fourth, all of the fifth, has worked a third of the sixth, and trying to get the other 2/3 before 4 runs come in. That is right back to Dozat. He'll get the out at the plate, but not over at first. So 1-2 will go the put out. It was close at first, but didn't get the 3. Base is still loaded, now 2 gone. Malachi Drennan to the plate. Drennan 0 for 2 in the game. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch. Zygros to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside and the count evens. Well, our 11 o'clock game probably won't start quite at 11. This game's gone a little bit longer than anticipated. One ball, couple of strikes. Drennan 0 for 2 in the game. He is struck out and ground out to short. And he'll float that one towards center field, and there for the catch is Declan Albro, and that should be your ball game. And it is. This one has gone final. And it will end after 5.5. And it's the Capitals that'll go 1-2. Mississippi Futures 0-3 in pool play. Both teams Great weekend of baseball, but one goes home with a win. The other does not. Mississippi Futures, 4 hits, 3 errors. They will leave a total of 7 on. Got a couple of runs in the first and 6th. For Capital 16, 9 hits, 6 stranded, no errors. 4 runs in the first, a run in the third, and 3 in the 5th. Capitals in pool play at 1 and 2. Mississippi Futures go 0 and 3. Coming up, AA Arrows and 16U Coastal Sports Academy. Should happen in about 20 minutes. We will see you then. A reminder, the camera stays up, the link live, but we pan the volume down just to make YouTube happy. And we'll be back with more baseball right about 11 o'clock. Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get your baseball back underway. And you've got a Balk that's going to move Bryant, who gets on with a base hit, to second. And obviously, when there's about 15 minutes in between ball games, it's not like you have got a ton of time to get lineups and lineups in the book, etc. As that one is delivered into left field, that'll be a base hit for Bryant. Back-to-back Bryant base hits. One brings in the other. So an RBI double makes it a 1-zip ball game. And let's see, I am going to begin the process of trying to cross-reference and be able to get you names. I've got last names for Coastal Sports Academy. Do not have first. And I'm about to check through all of prior lineup cards to see if we can change that. Got a base runner aboard. Daigle compliments of the hit batsman. And a couple of base runners on with nobody gone in the top of the first. And I've looked at every prior lineup card and don't have first names for Coastal. Doesn't mean I have not given up yet. Doesn't mean I won't find them. But here's what we got for you. Bryant starting it off in the 1 and 2 spots. Daigle was the 3 guy. This is Nuamola. Davidson batting 5th, Andrews 6th, Blackmer 7th, Allen 8th, Powell 9th, Hartley 10th, Bush in the 11th spot, Pettis hitting 12th, and Skomas in the 13 hole. Meanwhile, on the other side of the diamond, it has been at pitching. Lee behind the plate as that will go to the screen and move runners up. First baseman Gilmore, at second Griggs. The shortstop for the Arrows is Precise. And at third, Elmore. Got an outfield of Meeks in left, Taylor in center, and Wise in right. And I'm going to work on first names. As I mentioned, it may take me a while. Well, that's going to roll to the screen, and 2 runs are going to come in. Lee was hanging around home plate, I guess, thinking that it was a baseball that would be replaced by the umpire, but instead it's a ball that goes to the screen, and 2 more runs will come in. That makes it a 3-zip game. Clears the bases. That's a base hit into center field. And Niamola on with a single, bringing Davidson to the plate. Running is Niamola, and that throw will wind up in center field. Niamola winding up at second in scoring position with a stolen base. Davidson followed by Andrews. Three 0 ball game. Bryant and Daigle in. Niamola is your runner at second, and there is another base hit up the middle from Davidson. Niamola taking the turn at third. He'll put on the brakes and goes back to the bag. Runners on the corners. And Andrews coming to the plate. Blackmer to the on-deck circle. And a sent towards right field, and that'll drop in as a base hit. Niamola coming in to score. Andrews on with a single. And Coastal Sports Academy turns it into a 4-zip lead. Well, I am feverishly working to be able to get you at least some first names. I think I have first names for AA Arrows. There is the 4-6 put out for the first out. Blackmer wrapping into the shot that gets Andrews. Davidson will go to third. Blackmer's on in first. And there's one away for Allen. Ground over towards first. Picked up, stepped on the bag for out number 2 while coming in to score is Davidson. So Allen will pick up the RBI with the ground out. Blackmer goes to second. And there's 2 gone for Powell. Hartley to the on-deck circle. Shot in the direction of right field and coming over and making the catch. Let's see if I can give credit where credit is due. That is your right fielder, Judson Wise. On the fly out by Powell. But a total of 5 runs played. Coastal Sports taking a 5-run lead into the bottom of the first.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first, Taylor to start it off. Taylor is the lone AA arrow that I do not have a first name for. My apologies. But it is Taylor starting it off. Braxton Elmore batting in the 2 spot that is lifted towards right field. And there is one away. Braxton Elmore, the 2 guy. 3-hitter is Brock Bennett. Judson Wise hitting 4th. 5 guy Austin Griggs. Gus Lee hits 6th. Graydon Wilson 7th. Hunter Holmes 8th. Cole Meeks is the 9 guy. Griggs Gilmore hitting 10th. And Ryder Precise in the 11 spot. Meanwhile, D. Bryant on the hill. L. Bryant behind the plate for Coastal Sports. And again, I do not have first names at the moment. Going to try to rectify that. Daigle at first. Andrews at second. Shortstop Niamola. Allen at third. In the outfield, Powell in left. And that last name, well, it got sweaty wet. And it kind of reminds me, I don't know if you've seen the movie The Jerk, where Steve Martin is reading the love letter while in the bathtub and it's smudged up. You got an E5 that will allow Elmore to get on. And a base runner on here in the bottom of the first. But if you've seen the movie, I know it's old, but when he's reading the love letter, he's reading it because it's all smudged. That's kind of what the last name on the lineup card for Coastal Sports Academy is. It's kind of smudged. That's a base hit, dropped down the line by Brock Bennett. And he'll pull into second with a double that drives Elmore to third. But since it's smudged, I am going with center fielder Scruggs, maybe? And in right field is Blackmer. But again, I'm going to work on all of these names. Around the third and into the dirt with a throw across. Hops out of the mid of Daigle, and on is Judson Wise, bringing in Braxton Elmore. Runners on the corner in a 5-1 game. Austin Griggs to the plate. Gus Lee to the on-deck circle. Bryant ready to make the throw down, but it pops out of the mid. That will find its way into the mid of a diving second baseman. Andrews kept another run from coming in, but still a base hit for Griggs that drives in one. And Bennett scoring from third. Meanwhile, Wise to third, Griggs on at first. And it's a 5-2 ball game. Gus Lee next. So the two teams combined 7 runs thus far in the first inning. 5 out way, a shortened game. Instead of the 1 hour 50-minute time limit, it is the 1 hour 40. That is a high fly ball left field all the way to the wall on the one hop. Griggs driving in. 1 run, 2 runs. That is Lee, by the way. It's Griggs and Wise who score on the double by Lee. And just like that, we've got a 1-run game. With a tying run in scoring position at second. Graydon Wilson coming to the plate. Hunter Holmes to the on-deck circle. Graydon Wilson showing bunt, lays it down. Bryant comes and gets it. Sacrifice will go 1-3, but it moves Lee to third. And there's 2 gone for Hunter Holmes. Cole Meeks moving to the on-deck circle. And apparently that got the fingers of Holmes hit by the pitch, and he'll go to first. And the 9th hitter in the inning coming to the plate. And there were 9 in the top part. 18 hitters, 9 runs thus far, all here in the first inning. And Brian going to get a visit from Coach. Well, in my research where Coastal Sports Academy is concerned may have reaped dividends, as you got the runner tagged out going to second, Hunter Holmes. So he is caught stealing. I think I've just found first names. And we'll try to get it all in our scorebook when we head to the second.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway after an 18 at-bat first inning. Starting it off is Mason Hartley. Hey, notice anything different about the name? Yep, I have found some first names. Not all of them. But I'm going to be able to put a dent in some of these first names for Coastal Sports Academy. And by the way, it is Scruggs. Jack Scruggs, that name that was kind of blended into the carbon. That is indeed Jack Scruggs. So we're clearing up some stuff. Got a walk issue to Mason Hartley. He'll go down to first, and Tristan Bush coming to the plate. Well, we've solved some of the mysteries. Here are the first names I'm still lacking. Two Bryants, D&L, and Powell, and Davidson. So considering that they are using 13, I have narrowed it down to 4. There's Jack Davidson. So now 3. Foul back by Tristan Bush. So I'm considering that progress. 13 names and 10 first names. Now just missing first names for 3 for Sports Academy and 1 for the Arrows. Got a base runner on, nobody gone. Tristan Bush at the plate, throw to first. Safely back goes Hartley. We have not had, at least since I've been here, I did not work yesterday, but Friday, no 7-inning games. Today, you got an hour, 50-minute time limit. As Bush is hit by the pitch, so it's unlikely you get 7 in today. And this game, which had about a 23-minute first inning, doesn't appear to be the contender for a 7-inning game. Will Pettis coming to the plate. Jack Scruggs to the on-deck circle. Taking a look at your Jerry Martinez weather. 89 degrees. Feels like 95. It could feel better than 100. And when I mean better, not good, I mean like more than 100. No heat advisories, though. Here's another hit batsman, Will Pettis, doinked. And the base is loaded for Coastal Sports. Jack Scruggs coming to the plate. Air quality 31 and good. The UV index is 9 and very high. So if you're going to be out in this sunshine, you need protection. Popped up to the right side. There for the catch is Wise. Tagging from third, Hartley. He'll come in to score. And then it will roll over towards the dugout and allow Bush in. So Scruggs with the sacrifice. That'll produce a run. And the error brings in another. Will Pettis winds up at second. And we're back to the top of the order. D. Bryant and L. Bryant. And D swats that one to center field, over to make the catch. A nice one by Taylor. And there's two gone for L. Bryant. Okay, I'm going to assume the Bryants. See, I'm working through the process, by the way, of figuring out first names, since I now don't have official data. It's speculative data now. I'm going to assume the Bryants are brothers and that mom and dad gave them first names that sound similar. As that'll go to the screen, and to third goes Pettis. And we've got a first initial. D and L. So I'm thinking maybe Danny and Lanny. Dane and Lane. Okay, maybe I shouldn't speculate. I'm probably way off. We could go with Bryant the pitcher and Bryant the catcher. And this is Bryant the catcher. Alexander Daigle moving to the on-deck circle. Ground to short. Precise has got it. Goes to first. He'll get the out of Bryant, the catcher, on the 6-3. One runner stranded, two runners in. We go to the bottom of the second. Meeks, Gilmore, and Precise do it.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always
2 more weeks this summer with a showcase. There's one of them at Orange Beach at the end of the month. And next week at the University of West Florida in Pensacola. Good to be back with the showcase. I think this is 6 summers now that we've worked with the showcase series. Started in the COVID year, which I think was 20. And now here we are in 25. That's 6 summers. Cole Meeks, Griggs, Gilmore, and Ryder Precise. Due up in the inning. That is dropped into left field. Base hit for Meeks. And the leadoff guy aboard for Griggs, Gilmore. These two teams coming out of Pool B in 16U. AA Arrows 0-2. Having allowed 21 runs and scoring 4. Coming in, they've got 4 already in this one. Coastal Sports Academy 2-0. In a pool that's got a 3-0 team. But Attack Baseball will represent 16U in Pool B, even if Coastal Sports wins. If both teams finish 3-0, you go to the tiebreaker because there was no head-to-head competition. And the first tiebreaker is runs allowed. And Attack Baseball coming in and finished in pool play allowed 7. Coastal Sports not finished and allowed 10. So no matter what happens, Coastal Sports can't represent the pool in B. But they can finish 4-0. And that's their goal. AA Arrows hoping to get their first win in pool play. That'll get into the dirt, picked up by Bryant. Misfires towards center field, and safely at second is Meeks. Ryder Precise, followed by Taylor. As we go from the bottom to the top of the order, that is shot over towards right field by Precise. Meanwhile, Meeks rounding third, coming in to score. Turns it into a Precise RBI single. And makes it a 7-5 ball game. So Sports Academy 2-0, having allowed 10 and scoring 13. And when you look at how these teams fared against competition, for the AA Arrows, losing to Elite Academy Titans 13-4. Here's a hit batsman in Taylor. Taylor to first, to second goes Precise. And losing to Attack Baseball 8-0. For 16U Sports Academy, it was a 5-4 win over the Mississippi Futures and an 8-6 win over Capital 16, which, by the way, picked up their first win in the opening game today, 8-4 over the Mississippi Futures. Line to short, and there the catch made by Neomola. So Braxton Elmore with a line out to short for out number 2. That's got Brock Bennett to the plate. Bennett with a double in the first. Back to the plate here in the second. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. One ball, couple of strikes on Bennett. Judson Wise moving to the on-deck circle. Coastal Sports in the third sends Daigle, Nuumola, and Davidson to the plate. That's a wild offering that goes to the screen and gets Precise to third, Taylor to second. No Major League Baseball for about another hour. Right at 12:35 is your first start. WNBA gets underway, I believe, at noon today. Floated over to third, and there's the catch by Allen. One runner in, 2 runners stranded. We are through 2, and it's a 2-run lead.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the third gets underway. Alexander Daigle to start it. Brody Niumola and Jack Davidson due up in the inning, too. Round over to first. It'll be picked up there by Griggs Gilmore. Goes to first and gets the out of Daigle. Walked into the AA Arrows dugout to get a lineup prior to the game and saw some LBW jerseys. Arrows from over in Covington County, my home county there in Alabama. They live a little bit north of moi. as that is sent to second. And over to first with the Griggs throw. That'll get Brody Neomola. And there's 2 gone for Jack Davidson. Bottom of the third, Judson Wise, Austin Griggs, Gus Lee. 2 up in the inning. Last game in pool play, period. Not just for these 2 teams, but for us as well. We get into the semifinals for the 18U championship to follow. That is popped up over towards left, but foul. And then the 18U championship and the 16U title game all coming up. Everything today will have time limits, by the way. Trying to get all the games in and hoping to do it today without any lightning or rain delay. We've had both. As a matter of fact, Friday night got just a little bit short because of the rain. And then yesterday went a little bit long because of the lightning. Outside to Jack Davidson. Davidson with a single and a run scored in the first. Coastal Sports plating runs each inning. If they do it in the third, they'll have to do it with 2 gone. And they'll get a runner on. Jack Davidson walks to first. Mason Andrews next. Coming up next, South Alabama Rays and the Heman Hustle. That is your 18U semifinal. And the winner of that one will take on the Bay Bombers for the championship. Able to get back safely at first is Davidson. Looking at those standings, by the way, in AA 16U Pool A, AA Arrows 16 go 3-0. And they capture the 16U Pool A. Wild pitch getting Davidson to second. And they will take on Attack Baseball at about 5 o'clock this afternoon in the 16U championship. In a AA Arrows finishing first, Wow Factor Catalyst, second, Icon third, Extreme 16 fourth, 334 fifth, and Mississippi 16 sixth. In B, Attack Baseball will finish 1. As you got a walk given to Mason Andrews, back-to-back walks to Davidson and Andrews. And a couple of runners on. And coach coming out to the bump to have a conversation with Brock Bennett. In B, Coastal Sports Academy could finish second, could finish third. They lose the game, they will finish third. Win the game, they finish second. Capital 16, AA Arrows 15, and Mississippi Futures, the rest of your Pool B. In the 18U standings, 3 different pools, A, B, and C. And all pool play completed. And there's a hit batsman. Back-to-back walks and a hit batsman. Bases loaded with 2 away. And that'll bring Colton Allen to the plate. In Pool A, Bay Bombers finished first. Sports U18 second. Mahler Express third. CC Elite fourth. Full Count Freaks fifth. And the Elite Academy Titans sixth. In B, South Alabama Rays won at 2-0-1. Bandit second. WFBA Upper Class third. AA Arrows 19 fourth. FB Scout 19 fifth. Northwest Florida Chiefs sixth. And in C, Heman Hustle finishing first. 3-3-4 second. And you got a strikeout of Colton Allen. So the bases loaded with 2 gone, but they're left that way. We go to the bottom of the third. Wise, Griggs, and Lee coming up.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Judson Wise starts, and I think this is Will Pettis on the hill for Coastal Sports. The lineup card did not provide numbers. The roster I found online did. And the roster online lists 15 as Will Pettis. So we'll assume that is who is pitching until we learn otherwise. So D. Bryan will work a couple of innings. And in those 2 innings of work, faced 14. Had a single strikeout. That is hit well towards left field, but foul. One strikeout and no walks. Gave up a total of 5 hits and hit 1, 2 batters. Gave up a total of 5 runs and hands it over to Pettis. Pettis facing Wise, Griggs, and Lee. Fouled off towards third. We are at 11:52, 52 minutes into the game. And she got a walk issued to Wise. Which means we have less than an hour to go in our 140 time limit. An 11 o'clock start, meaning a 12:40 finish, or thereabouts. Austin Griggs with an RBI single in the first. Also scored a run. Drives that one towards short. Nuamola getting the out at second, but not the one at first. 6-4 will get the lead guy. Griggs on at first for Gus Lee. Hey, don't forget, subscribe to our YouTube channel. How do you do it? You move that cursor over the subscribe button and click. That's it. Not a hair more. And then you will just make us so happy. We'll do a little dance step. Trying to get to 6,900 subscribers. And let's see, we started the day 27 shy. We're 25 away now from 6,900. So keep those subscribers coming. Gus Lee with a couple of RBIs on a double. That happened back in the first inning. A runner at first with one away. High pitch to Lee. Graydon Wilson is on deck. Powell, Hartley, and Bush in the top of the fourth for Coastal Sports. That is ground foul over towards third. One-two pitch. It got the outside part of the plate, and out will go Gus Lee. Two gone for Graydon Wilson. Hunter Holmes moving to the on-deck circle. We are in South Alabama in Mobile. Home to the Jags, 4 years removed since their last SBC championship. Inside to Wilson, who laid down a sacrifice in the first. Lots more baseball this summer here on JockJive if you're looking for some hardball next weekend. And the following weekend, working with the Showcase Series at West Florida and Orange Beach. Also the last week of the month, got the American Legion Alabama State Tournament from Troy University and the Dixie Boys World Series in Hattiesburg. As Wilson is walked, Griggs goes to second. Then in August, a Cal Ripken World Series in Branson, Missouri. A Babe Ruth World Series in Jamestown, New York. Ground towards second. Andrews goes to first, gets Hunter Holmes on the 4-3. Both teams score in the first and second. Neither team score in the third.
drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. One pitch and one hit batsman Powell will go down to first. As we get the top of the 4th underway, Mason Hartley coming to the plate. Tristan Bush moving to the on-deck circle. Seven-5 ball game, 5 first-inning runs for Coastal Sports, 2 second-inning runs. Double-A arrows, 4 in the first and a run in the second. That is right out the middle. That'll be a base hit for Mason Hartley. Able to sneak it underneath the middle, Austin Griggs. And a couple of runners on for Tristan Bush. And I was talking about the baseball coming up the rest of the summer. Got baseball in the fall, too. We'll be back at Truist Park. Yep, home for the Atlanta Braves on the, I think it's the 20th or 21st of September. We were there for the Native American All-Star game in June. In with a stolen base, Powell at third. And the delayed steals got Hartley at second. Also working with Prime 9 this fall. And their weekends of baseball start the last weekend in September. And thinking we'll be with the showcase for some fall ball too. Just don't have anything yet officially on the schedule. And then, of course, in December, we have the ALA BCA convention. So literally every month of the year has got some baseball. As that is fouled away by Tristan Bush. And, of course, that's not the only sports on JockJive. Football starting in August. We are just a little over a month away from bringing that pigskin out.
And right now, our fall football schedule includes Bayside Academy and Georgia Military College. Poked foul again by Tristan Bush. And of course, Georgia Military College, what a big year last year in the Final Four in the NJCAA, losing in the semifinals to the eventual champion, Hutchinson Community College. Stayed with them for a half, but struggled in the second half of that game. So it is going to be good to get back to Milledgeville, Georgia, and check out the Bulldogs. Outside with the pitch to Tristan Bush. And we're adding stuff constantly. So who knows where all we will be in the fall and what sport we'll be covering. Wow. That apparently hits some protective stuff. Otherwise, if it's me, I'm, hanging around home plate squalling. Instead, Tristan Bush with a trip down to first. And the base is loaded from Will Pettis. And I think that is going to do it for Brock Bennett. Got a new pitcher coming in. Bennett leaves with the bases full. The new guy when we return to Mobile, Alabama.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Taylor, the former center fielder. Again, he's the lone AA arrow that we don't have a first name for. By the way, I snuck into the YouTube chat room hoping that maybe I was actually looking for a first name maybe for Taylor, thinking somebody might say, oh, well, I know who Taylor's first name is or what it is. Wild pitch, bringing in Powell. Moving Hartley to third and Bush to second. But I see where the Bryants for Coastal Sports Academy are not related. See what my assumptions do. Just blows me right out of the water. So now My theory, they were brothers, and then the first names would be similar, shot to heck. And one was a pitcher and one was a catcher. I mean, it just all seemed to work together, but it didn't. Checked over towards first. And Pettis going to be tagged out, while Hartley will hold at third and Bush at second. But Taylor is your new pitcher. Brock Bennett coming off the bump after working a total of 3 innings. In those 3 innings, faced 24. As that is outside. Did not have a strikeout. Looks like you had a total of 1 walk, 5 hits, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hit batsmen. And at the moment has allowed 8 runs, but could be charged with 2 more than the 2 that are currently on. Outside, a walk given to Jack Scruggs. And we are back to the bases loaded with the top of the order coming to the plate. This is D. Bryant. L. Bryant is on deck. And they batted back to back. I mean, those were all indicated. Okay, I'm trying to justify my speculation and why I was so far off on my assessment. They bat back to back. One's a pitcher, one's a catcher. Both are Bryants. I guess all of that's irrelevant. It was erroneous. An erroneous assumption. Bryant delivering with a single up the middle. That will bring in Hartley. Bush rounding third. He will go back. Now you got problems with Scruggs at third. He'll turn and go to second. Get back safely. And D. Bryant delivering with an RBI single. L. Bryant coming to the plate. L. Bryant has doubled and ground out to short. Alexander Daigle moving to the on-deck circle. Bases loaded. We're in the top of the fourth. We are an hour 12 into the game with a 1 hour 40-minute time limit, which means if my extremely limited math skills are correct, we've got about 28 minutes left in that 140. And then you get into the championship play. Pool games will be over, and we'll work on some championships, 18U and 16U. High inside pitch. Bryant will go to first, and everybody else moves up 90 feet. So the bases loaded walk, bringing in Bush. Scruggs, Bryant, and Bryant on. Sounds like a bluegrass band. Wasn't it Scruggs and... No, that was Lester and Scruggs. Scruggs and Flat? I'm not really a big connoisseur of bluegrass music. I think it's Lester and Flat. So how did I get Bryant and Scruggs as a bluegrass band? I don't know. I mean, a discombobulated brothers earlier. Why not butcher bluegrass? Swing and a miss by Alexander Daigle. It's Earl Scruggs, isn't it? And Lester Flat. Scruggs and Flat. I think I'll go back to baseball. Daigle on the plate, hit by a pitch in the first, ground out to first in the third, 0 for 1 in the game with a run scored into the dirt with the pitch, and that will bring in the run from third, Scruggs. And the two Bryants move up. We can close the books on Brock Bennett. Bennett, 3 innings of work, 24 faced. No strikeouts, a walk, 6 hit batsmen, 5 hits given up. And he will allow a total of 10 of the current 11 runs on the board. Popped up by Daigle, out of play. Brody Niumola moving to the on-deck circle. That is fouled back to the screen by Daigle. Another walk, this one issued to Daigle. It's got Brock Niumola moving to the on-deck circle with the bases full. And it looks like Taylor has finished his tenure on the bump after facing 5. Coach coming out with a new pitcher in tow, the new guy, when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the fourth with a new pitcher on the hill. I believe that is an 8 on the back of the jersey of the gentleman on the bump, which could be one of two guys. There are two guys wearing 8 today for the AA Arrows. Hunter Holmes and Judson Wise. I think that is still Wise out in right field, so I am trying to go through the process of elimination with Hunter Holmes. That probably is not accurate. Ground to third. And the pickup there by Elmore. Spins and touches the bag, gets the out. So Neomola wrapping into the unassisted put out at third. It brings in a run, but does get Bryant for out number 2. And you got a couple of runners on with third open. In a 12-5 game. Jack Davidson to the plate. Taylor will work a third of an inning, face 5. Had no strikeouts, handed out 3 walks. Gave up a single hit. And thus far has allowed 2 runs. He's responsible for 1 guy on. That is Daigle at second. One pitch, fouled away. Jack Davidson with a single and a walk. One-two offering. It is too far outside, and the count goes even at 2. Bottom of the fourth, Meeks, Gilmore, and Precise. 9, 10, and 11 in the AA Arrow order. Just a little bit inside, and the count runs full. Here's the payoff pitch. It is shot right up the middle. That'll be a base hit. Rounding third is Daigle. He'll come in to score. RBI single for Jack Davidson. Neomola moving to third. And with that, we can close the books on Taylor. Taylor, a third of an inning, 5 faced, no strikeouts, 3 walks, a hit, and 3 runs allowed. They got a balk, and that'll bring in the run from third. And we'll send Davidson to second. Mason Andrews with a single and a walk. Jackson Blackmer to the on-deck circle. Outside with a pitch throw, going down to second, able to get back is Davidson. Jackson Blackmer's on deck. Bottom part of the order when you get to the bottom of the fourth. Another throw to second. This one will wind up in center field. Got a pretty good thrower in center, and you're going to get tagged out if you are Jack Davidson trying to get to third. Good arm out in center. And Davidson tagged out at third for out number 3. But a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs come in. And the lead heads to 9 as we head to the home half of the fourth. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Colming starts in Griggs, Gilmore, and Ryder Precise. 2 up in the inning, 2. Base hit into right field, and on is Cole Meeks with a leadoff single, his second hit of the game. And it is the 6th for the Double-A Arrows. A runner on for Griggs Gilmore. That is popped up left side. It will be caught by shortstop Niumola. Had a long run, but got there and got the out. So 1 away, still 1 on over at first. Meeks. Ryder Precise to the plate. Had an RBI single in the second. Back to the plate here in the fourth. Taking a pitch on the inside part of the plate from Will Pettis. Low and away with the pitch. Coastal Sports trying to go 3-0. Make that 4. No, 3-0. That's correct. Trying to go to 3-0 in pool play. Double-A Arrows looking for their first win in pool play. And regardless, you want to leave on a positive note where Double-A Arrows are concerned. They put together their most productive game in pool play. They've scored more runs in 3 and now into the 4th inning of this one than in their 2 games prior. Swing and a miss, and Precise will go down for out number 2. Back to the top of the order, Taylor swatting it over towards right field, and that will drop foul. So back to the plate, Taylor, who was popped out and got hit by a pitch. There have been 8 hit batsmen in this game. That's a base hit into left field for Taylor. Second hit in the inning, 7th in the game for the Double-A Arrows. And a couple of base runners on. Kind of creeping up on that time in which you begin to question, well, will we go to the fifth? I think yes. But if you go to the fifth, then you got to do both the top and bottom part, and then you're starting to look at the possibility of going well beyond the 1 hour and 40-minute time limit. So I don't know if that is part of the thinking or not when potentially heading to the next inning. But right now, unofficially, we're about an hour and 29 into the game. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for Braxton Elmore. And it looks like we will indeed, well, maybe not. Looks like they're chucking helmets in gear, and apparently that's going to do it. So I thought that might be the case based on the fact that we were getting so close to the 1 hour, 40-minute time limit and would have potentially a full inning to go. So here is a look at your numbers. Both teams finished with 7 hits in this one. Arrows will strand 7, commit a single error, got 4 runs in the first and a run in the second. They will finish 0-3 in pool play. The Coastal Sports Academy, 5 stranded. They will commit a couple of errors and get 5 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second, 7 runs in the fourth. And there is your final 14-5. Coastal Sports finishing 3-0 in pool play, but they aren't in because the tiebreaker goes to Attack Baseball. So your pool play and your tournament ends for both, and this game ends 14-5 Coastal Sports. You know the process. We'll turn the audio down, but leave the camera up, and you will have a pretty good idea when our next game gets underway, and that, of course, a matchup between the South Alabama Rays and the Heman Hustle. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. A lightning delay, postponing a game that was slated to begin at 1 o'clock until 1:48. And I think officially the clock started running at 1:45. Gatlin Pitt starting in the leadoff spot for South Alabama's Rays. They are the visiting squad, and this one, the home team, is the Heman Hustle. Jack Malone, the 2-guy. Cole Dean batting third. Jerry McDowell fourth. 5-hitter Dylan Ackerman. 6-hitter Andrew McDaniel. Casey Jones hitting in the 7 spot. Corey Parker 8th. Grant Howard 9th. 10-guy Weston Hanneman and Mo Johnson in that 11 spot. Meanwhile, for the Heman Hustle, got a lineup that I don't think included a pitcher. Let me again look, just to make sure. And it probably did include a pitcher, but no numbers on the roster. So I'm not sure who we've got on the hill, but gives a walk to Gatlin Pitts. And a base runner on for Jack Malone. But through the process of elimination, I might be able to tell you who is pitching. Or maybe not. Ground to short, there's the 6-4, and there is not the 3. Malone hitting into the 6-4 that gets the lead runner, but Malone able to get aboard, and Cole Dean will come to the plate. I was looking at the Friday roster thinking maybe I could figure out who the pitcher was based on the Friday roster. Well, there is one other way. I can always text Coach. And that's probably a sure process. I'm sure he checks his phone, right? I'm thinking it is a Williams. As running is Malone, and he will get a stolen base at second. Cole Dean with a base runner in scoring position. Jerry McDowell moving to the on-deck circle. The rest of the defense for the Heman Hustle. Landon Aldrich behind the plate. First baseman Will Wortman. And second Hudson Sanders. Shortstop Trevor Camden. And at third Jake Boyce. Cooper Smith in left as that is sent towards the gap right center field. It'll drop in for Cole Dean. Jack Malone told to come on in. Cole Dean will hold at second with a double that drives in the game's first run. So an RBI double. Bringing in Jack Malone. Jerry McDowell coming to the plate. That outfield, Cooper Smith in left, center fielder Edmund Mackey, and the Heman Hustle right fielder is Connor McCann. Up the middle with a base hit from Jerry McDowell, and that's got Cole Dean in. And the South Alabama Rays taking a 2-zip lead. This time, compliments of the RBI single from Jerry McDowell. Dylan Ackerman next. Andrew McDaniel moving to the on-deck circle. And Coach coming out to have a conversation with his pitcher. As you should walk, giving up a double and a single. Got Jack Malone to ground into the 6-4. Because of the lightning delay, by the way, we are now working on 1 hour and 30-minute games. So we officially got a 1:45 start, which will mean a 3:15 finish if we go the full 1:30. And I think every game this weekend has gone at least 90 minutes with the exception of one Mercy Rule game. And this one, an 18U semifinal, you really don't expect to go the Mercy Rule route. So looking at about a 3:15 finish, which means that 3 o'clock game probably gets underway somewhere around 3:30, 3:35. And that is if Mother Nature doesn't interrupt again. She's just had to have something to say every day here. Friday lightning, then rain. Yesterday lightning. And today a lightning delay thus far. Dylan Ackerman with a base runner at first. Jerry McDowell, who's got an RBI single that brought in Cole Dean. Also in is Jack Malone. Andrew McDaniel to the on-deck circle. That one sent foul and out of play by Ackerman. Heman Hustle coming in with a 3-0 mark. South Alabama Rays entering at 2-0-1, but both representing the top of their pool. South Alabama, they tied the WFBA upper class at 4-4. Knocked off the AA Arrows 19-12-3. And just manhandled FB Scout 19-13 zip. Meanwhile, Heman Hustle wins over the Cubs 8-2. Santa Rosa Rivals 8-1. And the 5-Star Expos 10-5. Got a walk given to Ackerman. And a couple of base runners on, and Coach already out to the bump for a second time in the inning. And I looked at the Ray bullpen and got a new guy coming in. The new guy and the first guy's numbers when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Got a new pitcher on the hill, and again, I'm not sure who the pitcher is. Do not have a 19 listed on the roster provided. Do have 3 names with no numbers, and obviously it's probably one of the 3. The question is which of the 3. That'll be a base hit for Andrew McDaniel. Down the line into left field, it's got McDowell in. Ackerman on his way to third, and Andrew McDaniel with a double that drives in a run. So McDaniel credited with an RBI. And a couple of base runners in scoring position in a 3-zip game. Casey Jones moving to the on-deck circle.
Okay, appreciate it.
High into the air in the direction of right field. Casey Jones, the fly out to McCann. Tagging is Ackerman, and he'll come in to score. Well, we have learned this is Bo Williams pitching in relief of the starter, as Casey Jones has the sacrifice fly to right field for out number 2, but drives in another run and puts the finishing touches on the starting pitcher's time on the hill. Corey Parker next. Grant Howard to the on-deck circle. That is floated in the direction of first and over to make the catch. Will Workman. Parker with a fly out, and a runner is stranded. 4 runs are in. South Alabama Rays off to the quick start as we head to the bottom of the first. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. We head to the bottom of the first. Trevor Camden will start it off for the Heeman Hustle. Edmund Mackey is the 2 guy. Connor McCann batting 3rd. 4-hitter Landon Ulrich in the 5 spot. Jake Boyce. Hudson Sanders batting 6th. 7th, Colton Cook. 8th, Andy Ray. 9 guy Cooper Smith. And Will Workman will bat 10th. That will get out of play. Mo Johnson getting the start on the hill for the South Alabama Rays. Behind the plate is Jack Malone. Colteen in first, second baseman Andrew McDaniel. Gatlin Pitts at short, Corey Parker at third. Jerry McDowell is in left, Casey Jones in center, and the right fielder is Grant Howard. There's a walk issued to Trevor Camden. And a base runner on for the Heeman Hustle. Got everything sorted out, by the way, pitcher-wise. The starting pitcher was Jax Pelham, who worked a third of an inning. And we learned prior to the end of the top of the first that it was Bo Williams coming in to pitch in relief. Edmund Mackey with a base runner on. Here in the bottom of the first. Shortened again. Typically these are 1 hour, 50-minute games. Coming into today based on the number of games to 1 hour 40, and then the lightning delay has now cut us to 1 hour 30. 90 minutes of baseball. And a different rule, too, for the championship games in the event they ended in a tie. We will go only an extra inning. And if after that extra inning it is still tied, then you got co-champs. This game has got to have a winner, though, because this game determines who takes on the Bay Bombers in the 18U championship. So we can't have a tie here, even if we go beyond 90 minutes. Connor McCann on deck. 0-1 pitch from Johnson. Just a little bit outside. I wonder if Mo could be the grandson of Bo. They're probably not related, but it was a Bo Johnson. As you got to trot down to second. And Camden's going to be tagged out. I have no idea. I guess Camden thought maybe Mackey was about to be walked. But he is thrown out at second. And there's one away with the bases cleared. But back to the Bo Mo story. As you got a strikeout of Mackey. Bo Johnson was a long-time Speaker of the House in the state of Florida, playing a big role in getting the toll bridge between, what is that? I cannot remember the exit on I-10 that goes down to Gulf Breeze. But was responsible for the funding for that bridge, if memory serves me correct. He was Bo. This guy pitching is Mo. They're both Johnsons. Of course, I need to quit the speculating. I did that in the game prior. And my speculating was completely wrong. Connor McCann taking the pitch outside of the strike zone, 2-1. And that was with more information. And I made the Bryant's brothers when they weren't. So now I'm making Mo and Bo Ken, and they probably aren't. McCann wrapping into the 4-3. The runner gets on, but he's thrown out at second. Turns it into a 3-up, 3-down, bottom of the first. is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the second gets underway. Grant Howard starts it. Weston Hanneman and Mo Johnson. 2 up in the inning. Thank you very much, Jason Thompson. I could not remember the name of the exit off I-10 where the Gulf Breeze Bridge heads towards Gulf Breeze, Garcon Point. I mean, heck, I've only been traveling I-10 for, 50 or 60 years. Popped up by Grant Howard to second. There for the catch is Hudson Sanders. And there's one away for Weston Hanneman. And by the way, thanks to Jason, worked yesterday. Only about 13 hours and 16 minutes of baseball. So a busy day for Jason while I'm traipsing all over North Alabama trying to find some gear and make the wife happy. Mo Johnson on deck. On the outside part of the plate to Weston Hanneman. Into the dirt with a pitch. Ulrich, Boyce, and Sanders. When you get to the Heeman Hustle second. Two on pitch, fouled away. UWF, the side of Showcase Series baseball for us next weekend. Of course, the Showcase has always got more than just what we're doing. And as a matter of fact, if you download the Showcase Series app, you can see what's coming up. Like next weekend, games at Nicholls State, University of Houston, and the University of West Florida. And we'll be at West Florida. The following week, the last week of the month, at Alvin Community College, Orange Beach. And we'll be at Orange Beach. And some of the fall showcases have begun to post on the app. As you got the 3-2 to Hanneman. Just a little bit outside. Walk given to Hanneman. He'll go to first, and Mo Johnson coming to the plate. But I see where in the fall there's already events slated at Coastal Alabama South, Pearl River, Bossier Community College, Eagle Stadium, Central Alabama. That's a base hit into right field for Mo Johnson. And Hanneman will go to third. So a couple of runners on. We go back to the top of the order. Gatlin Pitts to the plate. Also Central Alabama, Mississippi Gulf Coast, Southwest Mississippi, Nicholls State, all added to the fall schedule just, I think, 2 days ago. I looked at the schedule, and there was about half that many listed. So already starting to pile up the games in the fall. Throw it down to third, able to get back safely. Hanneman, Mo Johnson with a steal. And a runner now coming in for Mo Johnson. I think Coach saw Mo still second and said, hey, wait a minute, why is my pitcher still out there? And Grant Howard will be sent out to run. Gatlin hits with a walk in the first. Outside with the offering. Jason also asking how many lightning delays, or delays, I think. Not necessarily lightning or rain. We've had one delay thus far of 45 minutes due to lightning. Haven't had rain, but man, we missed a great chance. It was black. Clouds coming up from the south. But no rain fell. But apparently lightning within a certain distance of the park. Outside the pits. And thus a 45-minute lightning delay. Last weekend I was in Hammond, Louisiana. And on Saturday we did not have a delay. Rain or lightning. As you got to walk, given the pits. And that was the first day in more than a month of calling Showcase Series games that we didn't have one or the other. A rain or lightning delay. All loaded up for Jack Malone and Bo Williams, who came in for Jax Pelham, getting a visit. Pelham, by the way, worked a third of an inning. No strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hits, and allowed 4 runs. Handed it over to Bo Williams. Bo Williams worked 2/3 of the first. And he's got a single out here in the second. Jack Malone to the plate with the bases loaded. Cole Dean to the on-deck circle. Speaking of weather, 91 degrees. Feels like 93 at the moment. Air quality 37 and good. UV index 9 and very high. A 7:57 sunset, 21-mile visibility, 60% humidity. Temperature 3 degrees warmer than it typically is on the 13th of July. Winds out of the southwest at 4, gusting to 7. That is shot towards center field and hit right to Edmund Mackey. Tagging from third is Hanneman, and he'll score. And the South Alabama Rays jump out to a 5-zip lead. Still a couple of runners on. Howard running for Johnson at second. And hits on at first. Cole Dean, who doubled in a run in the first and scored as well at the plate. Jerry McDowell to the on-deck circle. Down to first with the throw, and tagged out trying to get back his Pitts. So he's picked off over at first, 1 run in, and 1 runner stranded. Rays by 5 as we head to the bottom of the second.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Couple of weeks left this summer with the showcase, and speaking of Jason, he'll be right there in Orange Beach last weekend of the month. Ulrich crowning the second. McDaniel, a nice job of fielding. Able to get the out with Jake Boyce coming to the plate. Hudson Sanders to follow. In between now and then, UWF, the site of next weekend's Showcase Series baseball. And of course, the last weekend of the month, not only in Orange Beach, but we'll have crews in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for the Dixie Baseball World Series and in Troy, Alabama for the American Legion Alabama State Tournament. Hudson Sanders on deck. And there is strike three, and out will go Boyce. Second strikeout of the game for Johnson. And of course, that's not all of the baseball coming up this year on JockJive. Baseball is now literally a year-round thing. We had either a baseball game or a baseball-related event every month in 2024, and it looks like we're going to do the same in 2025. The only month we didn't have a game was December, but we had the ALA-BCA convention, the Alabama Baseball Coaches Association. Speaking of, as Hudson Sanders steps in, Mary Dean leaving the ALA-BCA and his finale show coming up on JockJive near the end of the month. Not yet set on a time, but right now I think we've got about 22, 23 different tributes to Barry, and we'll have Barry as well. Inside with the pitch to Sanders. Also, we're headed back to Truist Park in September. We were there in June for the Native American All-Star Game. And going back in September. I'm not sure what event we're streaming in September, but we'll be there. Fall ball coming up too. Already got prime 9 on the schedule as you got a strikeout of Sanders. 3 up, 3 down in the first and second. We go to the third. Rays by 5.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the third, Coldine starts it. Jerry McDowell and Dylan Ackerman due up in the inning as well. Got that 1 hour, 30-minute time limit. And right now we are about 40 minutes in. So about 50 minutes left. If my misguided math is correct. Coldine with a double that drove in a run in the first. Also scored a run. Jerry McDowell. He moves to the on-deck circle. Shot over towards right field, and McCann can't get to it over the head. All the way to the wall. It's now Colton Cook, by the way, in right, motoring his way towards third. Dean, and he's there with a feet-first slide. A leadoff Coldine triple. And a base runner 90 feet away for Jerry McDowell. Again, I did Friday's game, Jason yesterday, me today. There were a lot of triples on Friday. I don't know about yesterday. No home runs. Don't know about yesterday. But there have been triples galore. I think we had one game with 4. And the Rays lead off the third with another 3-bagger. Round to second. Nice stop by Sanders. Looks back the runner, and McDowell out on the 4-3. So one away with Dylan Ackerman next. Ackerman with a walk and a run scored. Rays have put somebody across home plate every inning. Of course, we're only in the third, but 4 in the first and 1 in the second. Outside of the strike zone with a pitch to Ackerman. Winner of this one taking on the Bay Bombers somewhere around 3:30 this afternoon. And taking a look at those 18U standings. Bay Bombers coming out of A at 3-0. South Alabama Rays out of B at 2-0-1. And the Heman Hustle out of C at 3-0. Yet if you're asking, okay, you've got a lot of unbeatens. Some that didn't make it. Like 3-3-4 was 3-0 and didn't get in. And Sports U18 was 3-0 and didn't get in. So if you're wondering, well, then how did a 2-0-1 get in when a couple of 3-0 teams did not? As that's inside and the walk is given to Ackerman. Well, it's because the Rays were the best in their pool. The 2 3-0s that did not get in were in A and C. And they didn't get in because you go to the tiebreakers, and the first of the tiebreakers is runs allowed. As that is thrown away by Williams. In to score Dean. Ackerman on his way to third. And the game's first error, a costly one for the Hustle. And in A, as well as C, you had both 3-0 teams finish with the same number of runs allowed. So, next, it was the next tiebreaker, runs scored. And that's how the Bay Bombers win A, and it's how the Heman Hustle wins C. And the Bay Bombers get the bye based on the fact they excelled in both. Line over to third, grabbed by Boyce. Out goes McDaniel. Fewest runs allowed and then the most runs scored gives them the bye amongst these pool leaders. Casey Jones with a sacrifice fly in the first. But in 16U and 18U combined this weekend in Mobile, there are 3 teams that did not suffer a loss that are not playing for a championship. In 18U, you know the two. Sports U18 and 334. In 16U, it is 16U Coastal Sports Academy. That is dropped into center field, and Casey Jones on his way to second. Could we have another triple? Yes, we can. Casey Jones, second triple in the inning. And this one drives in Ackerman. And again, a runner situated at third. Corey Parker to the plate. He popped out to first, was the last out of the inning. Grant Howard on deck. And here comes Coach, and it looks like he's going to get Bo Williams. Haven't seen that transfer of baseball from pitcher to coach hand, but I see a guy coming out of the dugout. All a pretty good indication the day, at least on the bump, done for Bo Williams.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is the former second baseman Hudson Sanders. Bo Williams will work 2/3 of an inning. He does not strike out a Ray, walks 3, gives up 3 hits, and thus far has allowed 3 runs. He leaves with a runner on as that one is floated towards left field. And in to make the catch is Cooper Smith. So Parker with a fly out, leaving Jones on. An inning that featured a couple of triples and a couple of runs. Sends us to the bottom of the 3rd with the Rays up by 7. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Casey Jones, the new pitcher, that is popped up in the direction of center field. And coming over to make the catch. Let's see who is there now. It used to be Casey Jones. It might be Gatlin Pitts. Nope, he's still at short. I'm not sure who is in center field, but I'm sure that he caught the fly ball from Colton Cook. And there's one away. Starting pitcher Mo Johnson. Can't do much better. Face sixth and retiring them all. Ground to second. And McDaniel gets it to first to get Andy Ray. Johnson facing six, struck out 4, walked 1. Gave up no hits, no runs in his 2 innings of work. And Casey Jones has retired 2 in a row. Cooper Smith steps in with 2 gone. Will Wortman, the on-deck circle, in his bunted back to Jones, and Jones fires to first. Smith trying to use the element of surprise, but Jones will get him out at first. A quick bottom of the third as we go to the fourth.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the fourth, Grant Howard going after the first pitch, pops it up. And a diving try by Jake Boyce at third. What a great effort. And actually got there and got the men on ball, but just could not bring it in. Grant Howard, Weston Hanneman, and Mo Johnson facing the third pitcher of the day for the Heman Hustle. Grant Howard 0 for 1 in the game, popped out to second in the second. Grounds this one to first. It is scooped up there by Wortman. And actually, that's Colton Cook now playing first. He's been all over the place. He was in center earlier. Now playing first and getting Howard. One out for Weston Hanneman. Hanneman walked in the second. There is a swing and miss. Hanneman also scored a run after walking in the second inning. That'll be a base hit, able to squeeze it between Boyce and the line. Is it extra bases for Hanneman on his way to second, and he's there safely. Seventh Rays hit of the game. And it is extra base hit number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 7 have been extra base hits. Mo Johnson to the plate. Top of the order, Gatlin pitch to the on-deck circle. That is sent foul behind the dugout over at third. Football coming up starting, I believe it is August 22nd. Goes into October and beyond. But starts in August. Bayside Academy and Georgia Military College. The two currently on the agenda, but I have a feeling that before the end of the month, that is going to change. Not that either the two go, but that we add some more. Outside to Mo. Mo Johnson with a single and a stolen base in the second. Even counted 1 here in the top part of the fourth. One ball, couple of strikes. And that's a little bit high. Will Wortman will start off the bottom of the fourth. And then we go back to the top of the order for the Heeman Hustle. 2-2 pitch. It's too high, too far outside. Want to get it out of the park? Nobody's done it yet. 330 feet down the line, 400 to dead away center field. That's hit towards the gap. It will drop. And 2 hop to the fence. In to score is Hanneman. Mo Johnson. Extra base hit number 6 for the Rays. And that lead goes to 8. Top of the order, Gatlin Pitts coming to the plate. Pitts has walked twice. Jack Malone to the on-deck circle. Still 1 away in an 8-zip game. High with a pitch to Pitts. Rays trying to go to 3-0-1 and get to the championship. Heeman Hustle trying to go to 4-0 and take on the Bay Bombers. Couple of pitches outside of the zone to Pitts, who's already walked twice. That's a high fly ball towards dead away center field, and that will sail over the head of Edmund Mackey. Extra base hit number 7 for the Rays. And Mo Johnson had to hang around second, thinking that ball was going to be caught. So he makes it to third, Pitts to second. And Jack Malone comes to the plate. Malone has ground into a 6-4 and sacrificed. 0 for 1 with an RBI and a run scored. High inside pitch to Malone. Cole Dean on deck. 3 hits in the inning, raising the hit total to 9 in the game for the Rays. Hudson Sanders in for Bo Williams, who came into the game for Jax Pelham. Sanders entered the game in the third, worked a third of that inning. And this is the 5th he has faced in the 4th. Two one pitch. It's too high, 3-1. Count runs to 3-1. First is open. Johnson and Pitts on. And Malone awaiting the Sanders pitch. Count runs full. Three balls, couple of strikes. And here is the payoff from Sanders. Outside of the zone, and Malone's given a walk. So Malone getting a runner. That is going to be Grant Howard running for Malone with the bases loaded. And coach coming out to talk to his third pitcher, second reliever, Hudson Sanders, with the bases full and 3 and 4. The meat of the order coming to the plate for the South Alabama Rays. Already up by 8. And you got mercy rules to contend with. You got time to worry about. After 4 innings, the mercy rule is 10. And there are 2 in scoring position with 1 away. And then, of course, the time limit now 90 minutes. And there's only about 22 minutes left in that 90. So a number of things working against the hustle and for the Rays here in the top of the 4th. Cole Dean is double and triple. Jerry McDowell is on deck. Dean with an RBI and 2 runs scored. That is a high fly ball in the direction of center field. Mackey backing up. He will not be able to make the catch. In to score is Johnson. Pitts told to go on home too. Throw to the plate. It is behind Pitts, and they take a 10-zip lead. So Cole Dean is 3/4 of the way to the cycle. I don't think he's going to get a chance to come to the plate again. Delivering with a 2 RBI single. Jerry McDowell next. 1 for 2 in the game. He has singled, he's popped out. And this one's going to be floated over the shoulder of second baseman Connor McCann. There's out number 2, and your 2 runners on hold. Dean at first, and Howard running for Malone at second. Dylan Ackerman next. He's had a couple of walks issued by different pitchers, Pelham and Williams. Three trips to the plate, and all 3 against different hustle pitchers. Andrew McDaniel to the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ackerman. And he'll get hit by the pitch and go to first. Bases loaded for Andrew McDaniel. Howard at third, Dean at second. Ackerman at first, Andrew McDaniel coming to the plate. Rays have scored every inning. 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and 3 thus far here in the fourth. Sent over towards right field. And there's the catch of the McDaniel fly ball, leaving 3 stranded, but Heman Hustle's got to get something out of the bottom of the fourth, or we don't go to the 5th inning.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Will Wortman will start it. Heman Hustle down by 10, got to get a run in the bottom of the fourth to extend the game to the 5th, but you're running out of time too. Right at 17 minutes left on that 90-minute clock. Top of the order, Trevor Camden on deck. Bay Bombers got the winner for the 18U championship. And that will happen next. Count goes to 2-1 on Wortman. An hour 15 into the game, and this is the first at bat for Will Wortman. Happens here in the bottom part of the fourth. 3-1 pitch from Casey Jones. And the count is full. Here's the payoff. It will get out of play. Major League Baseball, Cubs leading the Yankees 4-1 in the top of the ninth. Marlins 5-zip over the Orioles, bottom of 3, top of 9. Red Sox with a 4-1 lead over the Rays. Reds lead the Rockies 4-2, top of the 8th. Mariners down to the Tigers 4-3, bottom of the 7th. That is a foul ball towards right. Guardians tied up with the White Sox at the end of 4-4-4. I'll make that at the end of 6, 4 apiece. Royals a 2-zip lead over the Mets, bottom of the 4th. Pirates and Twins tied at 1, bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th, Rangers and Astros. Rangers leading at 4-1. There's a walk given to Will Wortman. Brewers leading the Nationals 3-1, top of the 7th. Braves and Cards, they are delayed, tied at 1. Rain in St. Louis. Outside, Trevor Camden, who is the other recipient of a walk from Rays pitching. Fouled away. Fever has beaten the Wings 102-83. I'm checking. Let's see how Caitlin did. 14 points, 13 assists, 3 rebounds. And in the half, Dream over to Liberty, 42-31. Here we're in the bottom of the 4th in a 10-zip game. Just a little bit outside, 3-1. The Heeman Hustle has yet to have 2 runners aboard simultaneously, as that one is lifted towards center field, able to run over and make the knee-high catch. That's your new center fielder. Jones used to be there. And if he'll turn, let's see if I can pick up a number to give you a name. And he won't turn, so I can't give you a name because I have no number. But Trevor Camden with a fly out. Edmund Mackey followed by Connor McCann. That runner in first, they desperately need him in. Two and 0 on Mackey. Connor McCann on deck. Mackey with a strikeout in the first. 0 for 1 in the game. Jones came into the ballgame and worked the third and had a 1-2-3 inning, facing Cook, Ray, and Smith. Now getting his second inning of work in and has struggled a little more. Has the walk to Wortman. Ran into a 3-ball count on Camden before the flyout. And now a 3-ball count on Mackey. Three-one pitch, foul towards first. Full count at 3-2. That is a foul ball towards left. 18U and 16U championship games to come. 90-minute games. And if they are tied at the end of 90 minutes, we'll play an extra inning. And if it's tied after that extra inning, you're going to have co-champs. Low pitch and a walk given to Mackey. And for the first time in the game, hustle with 2 on, and for the first time in the game with a runner at second in scoring position. Coach coming out and have a conversation with Casey Jones. And it looks like Dylan Ackerman, who was playing first, will come out of the game. Mo Johnson will work first, and that may mean that Ackerman is about to get into the pen and get some warm-up tosses in. I don't know if we go to the 5th regardless. I mean, we're at an hour 20 currently with an hour 30-minute time limit. Bottom of the 4th may be it. Couple of base runners on, 1 away. Connor McCann ground into a 4-3. Another pitch outside of the strike zone. And there goes Ackerman into the pen. Get some warm-up tosses in. Soft tosses currently. And there's another one missing, 3-0. On the outside part of the plate. I think it is safe to assume that the Rays would prefer not to use any additional pitching with a potential championship game coming. Too far inside and the bases are loaded, all walked by Casey Jones. So runners at first, second, and third for Landon Ulrich. Ulrich ground into a 4-3 in the second. On the outside part of the plate from Jones. Potential game extending run, but I'm kind of thinking the bottom of the 4th is it regardless. But if it was not, potential run extending run is over at third. Or game extending run. Into the bullpen. Out of play for Ulrich. Nothing in 1 the count. Jake Boyce to the on-deck circle. That is a base hit just inside the chalk into left field for Ulrich. It'll bring in Warpman. It'll bring in Mackey. McCann goes to third. Tagged out trying to get this second is Ulrich. A single that drives in 2, but just as important. They needed him on the base path. Instead, he's in the dugout and is out number 2. So a runner in third and 2 gone, but if you are the Rays at this point, you'll give up 2 runs for an out. And as far as our time limit goes, there's about 5 minutes left. So again, I'm thinking we don't go to the 5th. Maybe we do. We'll find out. Jake Boyce with a strikeout in the second. Hudson Sanders on deck. High inside pitch to Boyce, 2-1. I think Boyce is questioning the count. Scoreboard indicates 2-1. Blue looking at the clicker. And let's see if he gives us a clue in the box. Low and away with the pitch to Boyce. It is 3, I think an 0. The scoreboard says 3-1. I think it is a 3-0 count. That's high, and there's a walk given to Boyce. And coach coming out apparently to make a replacement on the bump. Although I do not currently see Ackerman in tow. As a matter of fact, he's sitting in the dugout. So that would be the guy that comes in. He was the guy into the pen getting some warm-up tosses in. Well, somebody's just been thrown out of the game. And it's somebody, I believe, in the Heeman Hustle dugout that has been tossed. I haven't seen anybody leave, but I saw the officials say, "You're gone." And now I'm seeing well, you can hear bits of the conversation with the coach in the dugout. An assistant coach is saying, "I want to know what I said." And the umpire has said, apparently told him, and said, "You got to get out of the dugout and get out of the park." So we've got an ejection. And I think we've got another ejection. And how about another? Looks like 2 more have been told to go. So 3 ejections for the Heeman Hustle as Hudson Sanders steps in. Over to first with a throw, and back safely goes Boyce. And now coach coming out again, and I think this is the 3rd visit he's paid. There is a limit. So I'm assuming that this will be it. And yes, Anchorman now getting ready to come into the game. So a new pitcher. Well, it's never a dull moment. 3 ejections and a reliever here in the bottom of the 4th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Dylan Ackerman, the new pitcher. Casey Jones working an inning and 2/3, facing 9. No strikeouts, 4 walks. That is hit to short, and the throw over to first will get the out. 6-3 and put it into the ballgame. And there is your final, and there is your team that will advance to the 18U championship. As we take a look at your final numbers in this one. For the Heman Hustle, a single base hit. They will leave a couple of runners on, commit an error, and get 2 runs. They both came in the 4th. Where the Alabama Rays are concerned, 10 hits, 6 stranded, no errors committed. 4 runs in the first, a run in the second, 2 runs in the third, and 3 in the 4th, and there is your final score. It's a 10-2 win. South Alabama Rays will hang around to take on the Bay Bombers next, and we'll have that one right about 3:45. So come back, won't you? And a reminder that we leave the camera on, turn the volume down, leave the link live, and come back for more baseball in right at 30. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is time for the 18U Championship. South Alabama Rays had to play a semifinal game to get here. Bay Bombers, on virtue of how well they played in pool play, grabbing all the tiebreakers, they get technically a bye date or game and are ready to take on the Rays. Bombers and Rays, Bay and South Alabama. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson. Set to bring you the coverage. Gatlin Pitt stepping in to start it off. Jack Malone's the 2 guy for the Rays. Cole Dean batting in the 3 spot. Jerry McDowell hits 4th. Dylan Ackerman is the 5 guy. Andrew McDaniel batting 6th. Casey Jones 7th. Corey Parker 8th. 9 guy Grant Howard. Weston Hanneman is the 10 hitter. And M.D. Anderson on the lineup card for the prior game. I thought that was an O, as in Mo Johnson. But apparently it was a D, as in Dr. Johnson. Batting in the 11th spot. And there's a walk given to Gatlin Pitts. Wyatt Lloyd getting the start on the hill for the Bombers. Behind the plate is Sawyer Sullivan. At first, Cooper Smith. Second baseman, Keegan Giles. Shortstop is Caden Helton. And the third baseman, Christian Freeman. And outfield has Dylan Sellers in left, Brody Lambert in center, and Jarius Harris in right. Game gets a 3:45 start. That means if we carry it to its end, a 5:15 ending. 1 hour, 30-minute ball game. Pitts back safely over at first. And that's compliments of the number of games to be played today, 5. And then, of course, Mama Nature had to have her way, a little 45-minute lightning delay earlier today. Fouled away by Malone. And thus we are playing 90-minute games. So right about 3, make that 5:15. We got a 3:45 start. 5:15, we'll wrap it up. And if it is tied after 90 minutes, we'll play one more inning. And if it's tied after that one more inning, we'll say, you're co-champs. Congrats. A little bit low with the pitch to Jack Malone. Rays fresh off that 10-2 win over the Heman Hustle in the game prior to this one. And that was a game in which they put together 10 hits, including 7 extra base hits. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. And out will go Jack Malone. Cole Dean next. Fouling the pitch out of play. 16U to come. And then we'll be done for the day and for the weekend. And in that 16U championship, Attack Baseball and the AA Aero 16. And gets out of play, Jerry McDowell on deck. How does the weather look? Hot, if you can look at heat. Runner goes on a wide pitch to Dean, stolen base by Pitts. "90 degrees. It feels like 93. Air quality 34 and good. The UV index 5 and moderate. Winds out of the south at 6, gusting to 9. 7:57 sunset, 18-mile visibility. 64% humidity. Temperature is 2 degrees above normal for this time of year. Next full moon in 27 days. Moon 236,352 miles away. And looking at the radar, there is some rain. Let's see how it is moving. And you're going to walk, give it to Dean.
Hey, right here, Pitch, you got it?
And a couple of runners on for Jerry McDowell. Well, it looks like that stuff is going to skirt to the north of us, if the radar is accurate. Just north of us. So close, though, that, man, we could get a lightning delay out of it. Let's hope not. I have not looked behind me. I haven't looked to the south lately. That is where our lightning delay came from earlier today, from the south. Looks like there's a little nastiness of weather over along the Alabama-Mississippi line. But let's hope it all stays away and we can get about, I'd say we've got about 4 more hours before we leave. This one, the next one, and about 20, 25 minutes in between. Swing and a miss by McDowell. Dylan Ackerman to the on-deck circle. One away, 2 aboard, 1 ball, couple of strikes on Jerry McDowell. A little bit inside with a pitch. I wonder if Jerry's any kin to Ronnie. Probably not. There are a lot of McDowells. Ronnie McDowell, the singer. How is he, by the way? Didn't he have a health issue while on stage recently? Need to check on him. And if you're not familiar with who Ronnie McDowell is, then either you're not into country music or you're young. Or I guess you don't even have to be that young anymore. He goes way back. Actually got the bulk of his popularity, at least the initial popularity, with the tribute song to Elvis Presley when Elvis died in 1977. So, yeah, he goes back a few. Popped up to the left side towards Dylan Sellers. He'll come charging in, make the catch, and force runners to hold. 2 gone for Dylan Ackerman. Andrew McDaniel to the on-deck circle. Couple of runners on. Dean and Pitts both walked. Inside to Ackerman. Wyatt Lloyd got the start in our Friday coverage of the Bay Bombers, but only pitched about 20 pitches. Came out of the ball game, so getting the start today. Foul back by Ackerman. One ball, 1 strike. And 1 more game to go before we part ways and think about Pensacola. Sign of next week's Showcase Series matchups. One of the sites. It's the site we'll be at. There are other locations, though. And here's where I encourage you to download the Showcase Series app. And a shot towards the gap, left center field, it drops. In will come Pitts. Dean on his way to third, told to go on home. Throw to the plate, just a little bit late. And it's an Ackerman double that drives in two. And now you're talking about a South Alabama team in the Rays that have 11 hits today, 8 of which are extra base hits. Andrew McDaniel to the plate. Casey Jones to the on-deck circle. Shot over towards Harris in right. And he'll run into the wall trying to make the catch and reach over that fence into the bullpen. Good thing it's padded. He was running full speed ahead. Boy, we saw that last week at Southeastern Louisiana University where the catcher was running full speed and caught the corner of the railing in front of the dugout. Somehow he eventually got up and finished the game. Nice stop at third on the reach by Freeman to first. Gets the out. That's a dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. McDaniel out on the 5-3. Ackerman stranded. Pitts and Dean will score.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the second. Caden Helton will start it. Keegan Giles is the 2 guy for the Bay Bombers. Cooper Smith batting third. Christian Freeman fourth. Landon Douglas is the 5-hitter. Sawyer Sullivan hitting in the 6th spot. Dylan Sellers bats 7th. Jarius Harris is the 8-hitter. Brody Lambert batting 9th. 10 guy Kyle Arguello. M.D. Johnson on the hill for the Rays. Behind the plate is Weston Hanneman. As that is swung on and missed. And the throw to third. First, rather. And a little acrobatics on the part of Cole Dean to make sure that that's an out. One out for Keegan Giles. M.D. Johnson starting on the hill for the Rays. As I mentioned, Hanneman behind the plate. Cole Dean with that nice play on the drop strike 3 at first. That gets out of play. Andrew McDaniel, your second baseman for the Rays. Alan Pitts at short, third baseman Corey Parker. Jerry McDowell in left, center fielder Casey Jones. Grant Howard in right.
Hey, right here, 5, you got it?
On the outside part of the plate to Giles. Chopped foul. Giles back to the plate. Fourth game of the day. And this one for all the 18U marbles. 0-2 pitch to Giles. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back Ks of Helton and Giles, the 1 and 2 guys. So 2 gone for Cooper Smith. Christian Freeman to the on-deck circle. WNBA, one final. Fever knocking off the wing, 102-83. And there's 22 seconds left in the Liberty Dream game with the Liberty up by 6, 78-72. Major League Baseball, a number of finals. Red Sox beat the Rays 4-1. Reds over the Rockies 4-2. Mariners doubled up on the Tigers 8-4. Pirates popped the Twins 2-1. Rangers over the Astros 5-1. And Brewers beat the Nationals 8-1. In progress, Marlins 7-zip over the Orioles. Top of the 7th. Bottom of the 10th. Guardians lead the White Sox 6-5. White Sox do have a runner at second with 1 away. Bottom of the 8th, Royals 2-0 over the Mets. Braves and Cards and another rain delay. Second one up in St. Louis. It is now 3-1 Braves at rain break 2. Or it could be lightning. It's a weather delay. Well, it says rain on the ESPN app.
Get there.
That'll get off Johnson. It will be picked up by Pitts, and he'll go to first. And Smith winds up going down on a 1-6-3 putout. A 1-2-3, bottom of the first. We head to the second with the Rays sending Jones, Parker, and Howard to the plate. Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. That is shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. Top of the second, Casey Jones will start it. Corey Parker and Grant Howard. 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch fouled away by Jones. As I mentioned, I cannot see behind me, but it definitely looks like the clouds that are moving over started from the south. So we are trying to avoid a delay because of lightning and or rain. Jones, Parker, and Howard. That is a foul ball towards first. More Major League Baseball. Dodgers leading the Giants. 1-0 at the end of 4. Midway through 4. A's by 4 over the Blue Jays 4-0. Top of the 4th. Angels 1-0 over the D-backs. Bottom of the 4th. It is the Phillies leading the Padres 1-0. And I think that's got you updated on Major League Baseball. Shot right up the middle, and Lloyd trying to field with a bare hand. It's just a normal athletic reaction, not necessarily the smart move from the standpoint of avoiding injury. It's just the normal reflex thing. Jones on with a single. Corey Parker to the plate. Grant Howard to the on-deck circle. I think yesterday there were 2 lightning delays. Friday there was a lightning and rain delay. And actually the rain cut the day short. We've had 1 lightning delay today. And we've got darkening skies. Corey Parker with a runner on, and he's hit by the pitch. Couple of runners on for Grant Howard. It's been one of those summers. Weather has just wreaked havoc. As I mentioned, last week at Southeastern Louisiana University, on a Saturday, we had no rain nor lightning delay, and that was the first time in a month of games that I had done, the showcase, that we had a day completely free of a weather interruption. And now you got winds picking up and darkening skies, so it's not looking good. And getting through this one uninterrupted. Fouled away by Grant Howard. And I think we've just got a lightning delay. So here we go again. A 4:08 lightning delay. That puts us about 22 minutes into the game. Meaning a little better than an hour, about an hour 8. If we use up all of the existing time. It's kind of windy though, so it might get a little nasty here. You know the routine, right? We keep the camera up, pull the audio down, and when you see the guys get back onto the field, we'll play more baseball. But it looks like we may be in for a bit of a burst of weather. Well, as we see a lightning flash off in the distance, you can see these gentlemen gathering around home plate, which is an indication that the 18U has been decided and that this 2-zip win becomes a final. And the 16U, it appears, will happen. The question is when. Are we still in a lightning delay, or are we getting ready for the final game of the day? Or are both teams going to be recognized as co-champions? And it looks like that's going to be the case. It'll be co-champions in 18U, South Alabama, and the Bay Bombers as the result of Mama Nature. She played a role earlier in the day, delayed us by about 45 minutes, and has played a role again in this one. And despite the 2-zip lead after an inning, that's not enough to declare a winner. So you've got co-champions in the Bay Bombers and in the South Alabama Rays in 18U. Which means there is one more game to go, and that is the 16U championship. And it will pit Attack Baseball and the Double-A Arrows. And let's hope that that nastiness that I see to my right, which I think is kind of northeast, and some distinct lightning flashes, that it's far enough away to allow us to get play underway in the 16U. So we can go back into the silent mode and leave the camera up, link live, and get ready for your 16U championship. And congratulations to the Rays and Bay. They are your co-18U champs.
the rooftop. Do you want me to see if the AC is on first? It is. Oh, it is? It's on. Come on.
Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get the last game of the day underway. The question marks surrounding the game is, do we get it in its entirety? First pitch at 5:45, which will mean a roughly 7:15 ending. Ben Cochran starting it off for the Double-A Arrows. Asher Bentley, the 2 guy. JT Marino batting third. 4-hitter William Grimes. Braden Ware in the 5 spot. Grover Wells batting 6th. Charlie Fountain 7th. J.W. Pettis is the 8-hitter. Gage Carter hitting 9th. Weston Holmes in the 10 spot. Chandler Wendelek getting the start on the hill for Attack Baseball. Meanwhile, behind the plate is Griffin Cook. Brighton McClellan at first. Aaron Comer at second. Shortstop Cam Miller. And at third, Cooper Halfacre. Left field, Connor Deathlifts. As that is delivered into center field by Cochran. And I hope I am pronouncing that left fielder's last name correctly. Deathlefs. Deathlifts. Hudson Hollis in center field. And the right fielder is Bryson Hazelwood. Got a base runner on for Asher Bentley. A couple of teams unbeaten, 3-0. And how did Attack Baseball become the home team? Because they allowed fewer runs. It's one of the tiebreakers. It's the first of the tiebreakers. Base hit for Asher Bentley. And you got a couple of base runners on. But they're 3-0. Arrows with wins over Wow Factor, Mississippi 16, and Icon. 2 handily, 1 tight. 9-4 over Wow Factor, 12-4 over Icon, but a run win over Mississippi 16. On the inside part of the plate to Marino. And then on the other side of the diamond with Attack Baseball, Seminole, 3-0. 2 handy wins and 1 not so much. Beat Elite Academy Titans 10-0. Double-A Arrows 15-8-0. But a 2-run win over Capital 16, 9-7. JT Marino with a couple of base runners on. And both teams coming in 3-0. I was mentioning what made Attack Baseball the home team was the fact that they allowed 7 and the Double-A Arrows allowed 12. Had the 2 teams both allowed the same number of runs, then we would have gone to run score. Fouled away by Marino. And if both teams had allowed the same number of runs and scored the same number of runs, I guess we'd have gone to a coin flip. 0-2 pitch to Marino with a couple of base runners on. That is high for ball 1. 18U had co-champs. Mother Nature stepped in and stopped things in the top of the second. So the South Alabama Rays and the Bay Bombers become co-champions. Floated towards short. Got the 6-4 and the 3. Marino wrapping into the double play that started with Miller, went to Comer, and finishes with McClellan. And there's 2 gone for William Grimes. Runner in third in Cochran. Braden Ware to the on-deck circle. Stanky Field, University of South Alabama, Mobile, Port City. Second time in about 3, maybe 4 weeks. I guess it was maybe 2 weeks ago we were here. And actually, Jason Thompson was here. I'm not sure where I was. I think I was in Atlanta. Foul back this direction. Doing the Native American All-Star Classic at Truist Park, which we go back to in September. One ball, couple of strikes on William Grimes. He'll foul tip it back into the mid of Griffin Cook. 1 runner stranded, 2 base hits. Nobody scores as we head to the bottom of the first.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the first. It is Cooper Halfacre who will start things off for attack baseball. And he'll attack the first pitch. Cam Miller is the 2 guy. Griffin Cook batting third. 4-hitter Hudson Hollis. Bryden McClellan hitting 5th. Aaron Comer 6th. Connor Deathlifts is the 7-hitter. Brady Carlson hits 8th. Grayson Burns 9th. Bryson Hazelwood in the 10 spot. 11-hitter Christian Wendelek. And Cannon Ham in the 12 hole. Braden Ware getting the start on the bump for the Double-A Arrows, son of the infamous Brandon Ware. Subject matter for our ALA BCA showcases, Where's Where? Typically Brandon is there. He wasn't this year. He explained to me why for the game. But it has prompted a concept that I'm working towards completing, and that's T-shirts that say Where's Where. Brandon's young and on the hill, tossing the balls and strikes. William Grimes behind the plate. J.W. Pettis at first. Second baseman Asher Bentley. Shortstop is Ben Cochran, and the third baseman Weston Holmes. And is popped up right side near the bullpen, and coming in from right field to make the catch. That is Charlie Fountain. And out goes Halfacre. So one away for Cam Miller. In that outfield, Gage Carter in left. Center fielder is Grover Wells, and you've just been introduced to right fielder Charlie Fountain. A little bit outside of the strike zone to Cam Miller. Griffin Cook to the on-deck circle. That is fouled away. What is your Jerry Martinez weather like at 4:54 on a Sunday evening? Well, let me get out of the radar and get to the stats. 89 degrees. Feels like 90. Air quality is 36 and good. The UV index 1 and low. So it's okay to be in the sun. I guess you could work on your tan and not get burnt, but I don't know that you could tan with a UV index of 1. Southwest winds at 9, gusting to 14. 7:57 sunset, 20-mile visibility, 64% humidity. Temperature 4 degrees above normal, typically 89, and got to 93 today. Moon at 90%. People might start acting wacky again in 27 days. That's your next full moon. Cam Miller given a walk. And I know you're waiting for that stat that I've just recently added. The moon is 236,186 miles away. Looking at the radar, I don't see anything at the moment. Dropped into right field. That'll be a base hit for Griffin Cook. On his way to second, and a couple of base runners on. Hudson Hollis next. Brighton McClellan on deck. Looks like the nearest rain in the Gulf of Mexico. And you'd have to get on a boat and take a lengthy ride to hit the rain, if the radar is accurate. Always throw that asterisk in, that variable, that condition. Because in the top of the first, I can say it's beautiful, and in the bottom of the first, it can start raining. Hudson Hollis with a couple of base runners on. Second inning for the Arrows starts with a guy on the hill. He'll be the guy at the plate. Braden Ware, Grover Wells, and Charlie Fountain. Two-one pitch. Deep to center field and able to catch up with him to make the catch. Grover Wells. Tagging from third is Cam Miller. So attack baseball on the board on the sacrifice fly from Hudson Hollis. That's got Brighton McClellan to the plate. Aaron Comer to the on-deck circle. McClellan checking his swing, but the pitch is a little bit outside of the zone. A walk and a double turning into a run on the sacrifice by Hollis. McClellan count even at 1. One ball, one strike. One on and one in. On the outside part of the plate, 1-2. One ball, two strike pitch. Got the outside part of the plate, and out will go Brighton McClellan. So we have played an inning. And after one, the advantage is one, and it belongs to the home team. Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gate. One pitch into the top of the second and is lifted to short. And coming out to make the catch is Cam Miller. Braden Ware with a fly out. Our break board didn't stay up very long, did it? There you go. Take a look at how many hits both teams have. 2 for the Arrows, 1 for Attack, but Attack with a 1-zip lead after an inning. One out for Grover Wells. Charlie Fountain to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the second, Comer, Deathlifts, and Carlson. Last game, no matter what happens. And at the moment, looks like it's a game that could get a full 1 hour and 30 minutes in. That's the time allotted, which means it carries us to about 7:15. Swing, miss, goes into the dirt, throw down to first, and Wells officially out number 2 and strikeout number 2 as well for Wendelek. And there's 2 going for Charlie Fountain. J.W. Pettis to the on-deck circle. Hey, thanks for watching. Great to have you aboard on a Sunday night of baseball. Quick reminder to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are and have been working on 6,900, and we're still a little bit shy. Brown to second. Over to get it is Comer. He'll whip it to first. Out goes Fountain on the 4-3. Looks like we are 21 shy of 6,900. So if you haven't subscribed, click that subscribe button. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. This summer, 2 more weeks with the showcase. Next week at the University of West Florida in Pensacola. And then the following week at the spot you saw there on the screen, Orange Beach, in Orange Beach High School. Got distracted. I was looking at my phone. It says I called somebody. We refer to them as butt dials. Aren't they embarrassing, though? I mean, well, not really embarrassing unless, like, maybe you've just hung up with that individual and you think that you have hung up, and you did, but you called back, and now you're talking about them. Comer swings, misses. And Ware will pick up his second strikeout. And those strikeouts have come back to back. McClellan to end the first, Comer to begin the second. Connor Deathlifts next. Brady Carlson to follow. I know there's a moral lesson to that situation. You know, where you call back and you didn't know. And that is not to talk about others. But even behind closed doors, that's right. Those are the lessons. There is a difference between lessons and lessons learned. And I'm trying to learn more lessons. Connor Deathlifts, followed by Brady Carlson. Bottom part of the order when you get to the top of the third for the Double-A Arrows. In this particular case, whoever I called didn't hear me talking about him. They just heard me talking baseball. Over to first goes the throw, and Deathlifts out on the 1-3. I'm sure they're going, what the heck? Somebody has called me and is talking about a baseball game. What's up with that? Brady Carlson with 2 away. Grayson Burns to the on-deck circle. 16U championship game. Major League Baseball, just about everybody finished. Braves and Cards aren't, but it's raining in St. Louis. So they have not wrapped up play. Yeah, that's going into the All-Star break, isn't it? Yeah. And the Braves are hosting the All-Star game. So they're like, let's get back to Atlanta, but they're stuck in St. Louis. Waiting out the rain to get the game with the Cards in. Fouled away towards third by Brady Carlson. Otherwise, Cubs beat the Yankees 4-1. Marlins over the Orioles 11-1. Red Sox beat the Rays 4-1. Reds over the Rockies 4-2. Mariners 8-4 winners over the Tigers as you got a strikeout of Carlson. And we'll get more scores when we come back. We've wrapped up 2.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the third gets underway. Bottom part of the order. J.W. Pattis will start it. Gage Carter and Weston Holmes due up in the inning, too. Game got a 5:45 start. We're not quite a half hour in, so still just over an hour to go as we head to the third inning. Quick-paced game thus far. All right, I was giving you Major League Baseball scores. Mariners over the Tigers, 8-4. Guardians in 10 beat the White Sox 6-5. Royals 3-2 over the Mets. Pirates over the Twins 2-1. Rangers beat the Astros 5-1. Brewers 8-1 winners over the Nationals in 11. Dodgers knock off the Giants 5-2. A's 6-3 over the Blue Jays. D-backs 5-1 over the Angels. Phillies nipped the Padres 2-1. Swing and a miss, and out will go J.W. Pattis. Strikeout number 3 for Wendelek. One every inning. And there's one out for Gage Carter. Weston Holmes to the on-deck circle. Looking at the Major League standings going into the All-Star break while one in play. Brian McClellan, sensational catch at first. Denying Carter an extra base hit. And Weston Holmes to the plate. In the American League, Toronto 2 games up on the Yankees. In the Central, Detroit up by 11.5 over Minnesota. And in the West, Houston's got a 5-game lead over Seattle. National League East, Phillies up by a half game on the Mets. In the Central, Chicago by a game over Milwaukee. And in the West, Dodgers 5.5 on top of the Padres. WNBA, couple of finals. Fever beat the Wings 102-83. Liberty knock off the Dream 79-72. And you got a couple of games underway as that is a drop strike 3 and now officially an out at first. That is 9 in a row retired by Wendelek after giving up the back-to-back base hits to begin the first.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the third, bottom of the order. Grayson Burns, Bryson Hazelwood, and Christian Windelek all coming to the plate. One zip ball game. That lone run played into the bottom of the first. Little check swing, he win according to Blue, and Grayson Burns down on the count, 0-1. More baseball this month, even beyond next week, and UWF in the week following at Orange Beach. Also at the end of the month, the American Legion State Tournament at Troy University, and the Dixie Baseball World Series in Hattiesburg. That is all right here. An alternative source for sports, not just baseball. In the fall, football, baseball, volleyball. I think we got a little track and field, Gulf Coast Conference, or the Gulf South Conference. A little bit of everything and constantly adding stuff. Hit by the pitch has been, make that Grayson Burns. Almost went to the top of the fourth before wrapping up the bottom of the third. Grayson Burns hit by the pitch and on at first. Bryson Hazelwood next. Christian Windelek in the on-deck circle. Well, no error committed on the throw by Ware. Time had been called. So Burns will go back to first. And no E1 charge that got him to second. Outside with a pitch to Bryson Hazelwood. Top of the order when you get to the top of the fourth for the Double-A Arrows. On the inside part of the plate, Arrows out of Covington County, which is where I reside, the southern part. Arrows from the central part, around the Andalusia area. In towards center field. And there for the catch is Grover Wells. Hazelwood the fly out. Christian Windelek next. And as mentioned, the Double-A Arrows, coached by Brandon Ware, assistant coach and assistant athletic director at LBW. He and Steve Helms, the dynamic duo in junior college baseball there in Andalusia. One 1-0 on Windelek. Cannonham on deck, bunted back to Ware. He'll go over to first with a throw, get the out, and the sacrifice moves Burns into scoring position. And if Burns is to score, the 12 hitter's got to play a role. Cannonham coming to the plate. And he comes to the plate with two gone. He will deliver into right field. Grayson Burns rounding third. He'll come in and score. And your 12 guy has just hit an RBI single. So the lead is doubled. It goes to 2. And the plan worked to perfection. The sacrifice by Windelek. The base hit from Ham. This weekend, games have been played at Coastal Alabama South, Mary G. Montgomery, Matthews Park, Mims Park, and here. And all the activity elsewhere done, and we're playing here only in the last game of a very busy weekend of baseball, which is par for the course for the showcase. Every week, loaded with games. Not just all of these venues here in Mobile, but Central Alabama, Northwestern State University, University of New Orleans, University of Houston. All central locations for Showcase Series tournaments. Half acre given a walk. And that will move Ham to second. Next weekend, games at Nicholls State, University of Houston, and the University of West Florida. Last weekend of the month, Alvin Community College and Orange Beach. And then fall ball beginning the weekend of the 27th and 28th. It's a high fly ball in the direction of Grover Wells in center. He's got it. Cam Miller flies out, leaving 2 on, but runs in as Attack Baseball takes a 2-zip lead to the 4th.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
That'll be a base hit to begin the top part of the 4th. Ben Cochran delivering with an infield single to Cam Miller at short. And you've got a runner on as we again take a look at that break board. They're wrapping up breaks a little quicker now. So not quite the time we typically have. 2 hits each, 2 runs, Attack Baseball. The 9 in a row snapped. The possibility of the double play, and safe at first, though, is Asher Bentley. So Cochran out, but Bentley on. JT Marino next. One away, one aboard, 2-run lead. Attack baseball, a run in the first, a run in the third. Double-A Arrows got a runner to third in the first and haven't had a runner since that first inning until now. Got Cochran on with a single, taken out on the Bentley ground out. And now Bentley a runner over at first. William Grimes to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate to Marino. Spelled differently than the Dan Marino. I think that Marino was M-A-R-I-N-O. This Marino is M-O-R-E-N-O. Fouled away by Marino. Hard to believe how long it has been since Dan Marino was in the league. Those are all signs that you are aging. When you think it's been just a few years ago as you get a strikeout on Marino. And then you look and realize that he last played in 1999. That's a base hit into center field from William Grimes. And you got a couple of base runners on. 99, that has been 26 years ago. None of these guys playing the game were around when Dan Marino finished his career, much less started it. Fouled away by Braden Ware. Ware popped out to short in the second. I saw Dan Marino play one time in New Orleans. I just remember I saw him play. Remember nothing about the game. Seems like it was like 31-27 final. I don't even remember who won. But obviously it's been a few years ago if he quit in 99. So is that, is it okay that I can't remember since it's been that long ago? Popped up by Braden Ware towards left field. Connor Deathlifts in for the catch. And the two runners that get on stay on. 3.5 done. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the order due up for the attack.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We get the bottom of the fourth underway. It's Griffin Cook who starts it. Hudson Hollis and Brighton McClellan due up in the inning, too. Arrows get a couple of base hits. They lead in the hit department 4-2. But behind in the run department 2-0. Bottom of the fourth. And we are still not an hour into the game, 45 minutes in. I know I was mentioning Dan Marino and the fact that he quit playing before these guys ever came into existence, as Cook is hit by the pitch and goes to first. That's kind of like me and Otto Graham. Remember the quarterback from like the 50s? You know, you'd hear of Otto Graham, and that's prehistoric. That's old NFL names. And now these guys are thinking the guys that I grew up with are old NFL guys. Outside with a pitch to Hudson Hollis. One ball, no strikes. That is popped up back towards the screen. And it's going to stay inside the screen, and making the catch is William Grimes. It's a tough catch to make. We have seen those dropped many times in the tournament. But Grimes will make the catch. Hang on. Get the out, and holding it first is Griffin Cook. Inside with a pitch to Brighton McClellan. We are now, speaking of, things being old and not seeming that old, we are now closer to 2050 than we are to the year 2000. Fouled away by McClellan. McClellan struck out looking in the first. One of 3 Braden Ware strikeouts. Aaron Comer to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss, and there's now 4 Ks. Well, check that. It's a 2-strike count now on McClellan. Count even in 2. Aaron Comer next, and maybe I had a premonition. There is the strikeout on the 4th one for Ware. Premonition brings another thought to mind. The old stuff. That's a 90s movie. The one with Sandra Bullock. There was a song, I recently heard the lyric, that said, I thought getting older would take a little longer. Aaron Comer struck out in the 2nd. Ground to short, 6-4 goes to put out. Fielded by Cochran and goes to Bentley. 1 runner stranded, no base hits. We're done with 4 and go into the 5th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the fifth gets underway, and it's Grover Wells who will start it. Charlie Fountain and J.W. Pettis due up in the inning as well. Arrows 4 hits, attack 2. Attack 2 runs, Arrows none. As we get the top of the fifth underway. To my knowledge, we have not had a 7-inning game this weekend here in Mobile. Believe it or not, with a 1 hour and 30-minute time limit. This could be on a pace, if it stays for the remainder of the game, what it's done in the first 4 innings. On a pace to go 7. That would be an absolute shocker. Back to the screen by Grover Wells. One ball, couple of strikes. Very well played game. We are into the fifth inning. Both starting pitchers still in the game. There has not been an error. Total of 6 hits and 2 runs. And his foul tip back into the mid of Griffin Cook. Christian Wendelak picking up strikeout number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the game. One in the first, one in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and 1 thus far in the fifth. On the outside part of the plate to Charlie Fountain. J.W. Pettis on deck. Low and away with the pitch. Count goes even. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Top of the fifth, 16U championship. Co-champions at 18U. Ground to Miller at short. Goes first and a nice stretch on the McClellan end, but the official saying he stepped off the bag. Well, when you know it. I say there's not been an error, and now there has. That'll be an E6 that gets Fountain on. And it'll bring J.W. Pettis to the plate. Pettis with a strikeout to begin the third. Gage Carter moving to the on-deck circle. A couple of times today we've had lightning delays, and the last lightning delay followed by some really ominous-looking clouds that very slightly splash some raindrops. But it has turned into a gorgeous night here in Mobile. Floated towards center field and coming in to make the catch. Hudson Hollis. Out will go Pettis. And there's two gone for Gage Carter. Carter lined out to first in the third. That was that great play by Brighton McClellan. Denying Carter an extra base hit. Shot it down the line. Nothing in one on Carter. Weston Holmes on deck. Outside with a pitch to hitter number 9 in the order.
Yeah, I mean, on the mound, he plays soccer for both reasons. Nick played against them. He started doing playing soccer.
Bottom of the fifth, it'll be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Deathlifts, Carlson, and Burns coming up out in front of the plate, and booed a little bit by Cook. And a couple of runners on. And when you know another error, E6 and an E2 after I said there'd been none. Maybe there is something to this jinx thing. Weston Holmes to the plate. Lined over to short, catch made by Miller, and out goes Holmes. Two runners reach on errors, but there's left aboard, and we go to the bottom of the fifth with Deathlifts, Carlson, and Burns due up.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Connor Deathlifts starting things off in the bottom of the fifth. Brady Carlson and Grayson Burns coming to the plate as well. All facing Braden Ware, was given up 2 hits. A double in the first and gave up a single in the third. Wide of the strike zone with a Braden Ware pitch. Neither team wants to go home with a bluish. One will, one won't. One will be the 16U champs. The other will be the runner-up. On the inside part of the plate to Deathlifts. Deathlifts ground to a 1-3 put out in the second inning. And the count goes even at 2. Again, a big thank you to all the folks with the showcase. James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard. Such a great crew to work with. We appreciate the opportunity. To the University of South Alabama, thank you for this spot here in an air-conditioned press box on a 94-degree day. Did have internet, compliments of the college, but something went awry. So now my Verizon is providing internet. But thanks to both. Foul back by Deathlifts. And we'll do it all over again next Friday. Or actually, I guess it's this Friday now. Popped up near third. Into foul territory to make the catch is Weston Holmes. One out from Brady Carlson. But of course, most importantly, thank you for watching. If you weren't, what the heck. I mean, got to see some great baseball, but I could be cutting grass for the wife, pulling weeds. So thanks for watching. High in the air in the direction of center field and coming in to make the catch. That is Grover Wells, and out goes Carlson. Two gone for Grayson Burns. Burns hit by a pitch and scored a run in the third. He was driven in by the Cannon Ham RBI single. He got hit by a pitch to begin the inning. Then Hazelwood flew out. Wendelack sacrificed him over. And Ham came to the plate and drove him in. Top of the order to the plate when you get to the top of the sixth for the Arrows, Ben Cochran, Asher Bentley, and JT Marino. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Burns. That'll be dropped into center field, third hit of the game for Attack Baseball. And that's the second hit that has come from the 9 or beyond hitter. 9, 12, and 3 hitters have delivered base hits. And apparently that's going to do it for Braden Ware. And a new pitcher coming in, the new guy in the Ware numbers when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
One away with a base runner aboard. The new pitcher is JT Marino. Marino in from Braden Ware. Ware will face a total of 21 in his 4 2/3 innings of work. Had 4 strikeouts handed out 2 walks, 3 hits, 2 runs, and is responsible for the runner at first in Grayson Burns. On the outside part of the plate, strike delivered to Bryson Hazelwood, who flew out to center field. That happened back in the 3rd. Now at the plate in the 5th with Burns on at first. Popped up near 3rd again. And again, Holmes there for the catch. Hazelwood with a flyout. We go to the 6th in a 2-zip game.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the 6th, then a 2-zip game. Top of the order coming to the plate. Ben Cochran will start it. Asher Bentley and JT Marino due up in the inning as well. A very efficient time-wise game. An hour 7 in and in the top of the 6th. Cochran has singled twice. Hammond singled 3 times. Leads off the 6th with a base hit. He led off the 1st, the 4th, and the 6th with a hit. And a runner on for Asher Bentley. Bentley 1 for 2 in the game. He will float that one in the direction of right field, and coming over from center to make the catch is Hudson Hollis. Almost found the gap, but not quite. Hollis good at covering ground in center field. One away for JT Marino. Marino 0 for 2 in the game, is hit into a double play and struck out. Cochran running, he's in with a stolen base easily. So into scoring position at 2nd. Tying run of the plate in the top of the 6th. Opportunities running out for the Arrows. Got 5 outs now with which to work. William Grimes to the on-deck circle. 11, 12, and 1 in the order for attack baseball in the 6th. One offering. It is too high. Stanky Field here in Mobile, Alabama. One of the largest port cities in the country. Also home to the USS Alabama. I mean, is there anyone that has lived within an hour or two of Mobile and at some point has not visited the USS Alabama or the USS Drum, the submarine? Count runs full at 3-2. I can remember as a kid visiting the ship. Here's the payoff pitch to Marino. He'll get a piece of it and stay alive. And if I can remember it as a kid, then it's been there for a long time. Three-two pitch. Again, foul back. Three balls, couple of strikes. Marino trying to move Cochran over. Would like to do it without getting it out, but he will strike out for out number 2. And William Grimes to the plate. Grimes with a single and a strikeout.
Sorry, guys.
That is popped up on the infield. And behind the plate, catch made by Griffin Cook. One hit, one stranded. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th in a 2-zip game.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. And don't forget, 2 more weekends this summer with the showcase. We'll be there in a couple of weeks. Next week at the University of West Florida. And, of course, there being Orange Beach. As we get the bottom of the 6th underway, Christian Wendelak, Cannon Ham, and Cooper Halfacre due up in the inning, too. USS Alabama has been a museum ship since 1964. Popped up towards short. Ben Cochran there, and he'll make the catch. That is 61 years. I wonder economically how much the USS Alabama has brought to Mobile over 61 years. I'm thinking much. On the outside part of the plate. Okay, let me check on the USS Drum and see when it was added. $1969. Cannon Ham with a single that drove in a run in the 3rd. Top of the order, the on-deck circle, Cooper Halfacre. Inside with the JT Marino pitch. We are going to get a 7-inning game in as hit by the pitch is Ham. In less than 90 minutes. Unless we run into an extremely long bottom of the 6th. But at the 6th, the bottom part is like the other innings. We're going to get a 7-inning game in about 90 minutes. Where have you been all my life? Floated in the direction of left field, trying to make the shoestring catch. That was Gage Carter, could not, and a couple of runners in scoring position. Halfacre with a double. And runners at 2nd and 3rd. Cam Miller to the plate. He has walked and popped out to center. That'll go to the screen. Will it get the runner from 3rd in? Yes, Ham will score. And Halfacre goes to 3rd. And it's a 3-zip lead. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch to Miller. Miller has walked and popped out to center. Griffin Cook to the on-deck circle. And the count goes to 0-2 on Miller. If we get to the 7th, mid part of the order to the plate, Braden Ware, Grover Wells, and Charlie Fountain. And sails over the head of Miller. That is a high fly ball in the direction of left field. It'll get over into the bullpen. On the attack baseball side, and the count stays even at 2. And there is the walk. Given to Cam Miller. He'll go down to first, and a couple of base runners are on. Now on the corners. And Brandon Ware about to come out and have a conversation with JT Marino. Well, to give LBW a chance in the top of the 7th, 2 things have got to happen. One is you keep attack baseball from scoring, and they haven't. And in keeping attack baseball from scoring, you get the 7th inning with that impending 1 hour, 30-minute time limit. So with every at-bat, you're taken away from that possibility of getting to the 7th. Right now, unofficially, there is 9 minutes left in the 130, the 90-minute time frame. Couple of runners on with 1 away. Griffin Cook to the plate. And a stolen base for Miller on the strike to Cook. Outside with the offering. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. Outside with the pitch to Cook. Cook with a double and got hit by a pitch. Doubled in the first, hit by the pitch in the 4th. Ground towards short, throw over to first. Got the out there, throw coming to the plate. It will hop into the dirt. 1 run is in, Halfacre scores. Meanwhile, Miller, who was motoring, makes his way back to third. And that apparently is your ball game. It will end 4-zip. And your time limit has gotten us. There's your final score. As we get your final numbers posted for AA Arrows. 16, 5 hits, 6 stranded, no errors committed, and they go scoreless. Attack baseball, 4 hits, commit 2 errors. They will leave a total of 6 on. And get a run in the first, a run in the third, 2 runs in the 6th. And they are your 16U champions. Thanks so much for watching. It's been great to have you aboard. Thank you, Showcase Series. Thank you, USA. And thank you, viewer, for helping to make our coverage possible. We'll see you next weekend in Pensacola. Don't forget, subscribe to our premium channel to be able to watch this and all showcases later. And subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch games, interviews, shows, highlights, and more. For all the crew here, Daniel Bowden included, great tournament director for the showcase. I'm Robert Williamson. Good night, everybody.